On the night of October 12th to 13th, 1459, Edward, Earl of March, had only one choice. The 17-year-old had to run for his life. There was hardly any time to say goodbye to his family. Edward would be separated from his father, Duke of York, and his younger brother Edmund, Earl of Rutland. Together with his uncle Richard Neville, Earl of Salisbury, and his cousin of the same name, the Earl of Warwick, he would attempt to make his way to Calais. His father and brother would go to Ireland. The rest of the family, including his mother Cecily and his brothers George and Richard, would fall into the hands of the enemy. The Lancastrian army, encamped under the royal banner only a few miles away, had surrounded the Yorkists and was now tightening the noose. Edward had to place his hopes in the mercy of Henry VI. Welcome back to Lemmy History. This is episode 1 of 6 in my series, which is dedicated to the confrontation between Edward IV and Henry VI. As always in my series, all episodes can be understood independently of each other. Until that fateful night, Edward had remained more of a marginal figure in the Wars of the Roses. A few years earlier, he was said to have commanded several thousand men to save his father, only he had been just 10 years old at the time. Accordingly, he served only as a figurehead back then, not as the actual general. Along with Edmund, he was intended to continue his education. In addition, Richard of York likely wanted to avoid the risk of falling into enemy hands together with his helpless heir. Now, at 17, Edward was old enough to play a decisive role in his father's campaign. The separate escape was part of that strategy. York again sought to avoid the danger of being captured alongside his heir. He took Edmund with him for similar reasons. If anything happened to Edward, York would need an heir who remained free, as the rest of the family could not escape capture. In principle, the escape was strategically clever. Henry's army had to choose between 3 targets: York himself with his second son, Edward, alongside the Nevilles, or the rest of the family. Pursuing all 3 would have required the Lancastrians to split their forces, and even then, they would still be slower than the small groups of fugitives. It was therefore assumed that Henry's troops would focus on the remaining Yorkist forces and the rest of the Duke's family. What the Duke had not anticipated was the emerging charisma of his heir. Freed from his father's shadow, Edward proved to be young, handsome, extroverted, a talented orator, and extremely intelligent. To this day, it is often overlooked how naturally he understood what to say at any given moment to win others to his cause. This gave him an edge over his gruff father, whose stubbornness often got in his way. It was a trait Edward shared, but he also grasped the power of pragmatism. No one in the Lancastrian camp could have suspected it, but with the Yorkist flight, their house would become so powerful within 18 months that it would be unstoppable, even if the Duke himself seemed determined to turn a certain victory into a defeat. In fact, it never should have come to a flight at all. On March 25th, 1458, a remarkable spectacle unfolded in the streets of the capital, London. The leading members of the houses of York and Lancaster walked hand in hand past curious onlookers. It was the so-called Love Day, orchestrated by King Henry VI. His aim was to finally settle the never-ending quarrels that had already exacted a heavy toll in blood and left his kingdom paralyzed. But a glance down the side streets, narrow alleys, and officially empty buildings betrayed the hopelessness of this endeavor. While there were hardly any armed men visible in the open, thousands of supporters from both camps, trained in the art of murder and armed accordingly, were lying in wait, concealed from public view. No one apart from the king believed the gesture of reconciliation was a good idea. Not Queen Margaret of Anjou, who must have drawn on all her self-discipline to smile while holding hands with Richard of York. Not the Duke, who reportedly made little effort to hide his disgust for the woman walking beside him. And not the lords, who knew that England had long since passed the point where public gestures could resolve its deeply rooted conflicts. One image, however, carried powerful symbolism that day. Among all those marching, one figure walked alone, the king himself. After all, no one was deemed equal to a monarch. Yet this demonstration of superiority now appeared as a symbol of isolation. Henry seemed alone, disconnected, and moving in a different reality than everyone else. In truth, Margaret had long since taken the reins of government, and Henry was content to let her lead. Occasionally, though, a thought would seize the king's mind and refuse to let go. Such was the case with Loveday. Margaret knew that hostilities would inevitably flare up again. The procession in London's streets would then be remembered only as further evidence of how deeply royal authority had eroded. And that erosion extended to her own authority, since it was an open secret that she was the one making the decisions and steering her husband. The Yorkist camp complained that no actual problems had been resolved. Unity was being displayed before it had been achieved. By autumn, the kingdom once again teetered on the brink of explosion. York and Warwick, like the House of Lancaster, struggled with drastically shrinking revenues. Neville, now captain of Calais, exploited his position by seizing and plundering foreign ships, inflicting serious damage on English trade. Margaret's household faced repeated accusations of corruption. Some of these were mere rumors designed to damage the Queen's reputation. But some of it was true. The Crown's annual income was now only a third of what it had been in the days of Richard II. Margaret began selling favours just to pay her household staff. Now, Warwick's activities became the government's biggest problem, as demands mounted to put an end to piracy. Old rumours gained new momentum that Edward of Westminster was not the son of Henry VI, but of Edmund Beaufort, the Duke of Somerset, who had fallen at the Battle of St Albans 4 years earlier. Warwick began negotiating with Philip, Duke of Burgundy, regarding a potential marriage between Edward and his niece Catherine. He promised that such an alliance would restore regional stability, making him a sudden beacon of hope for merchants. The mood in the capital grew increasingly unstable. Margaret had moved to the Midlands a year earlier and established her court there. Violent clashes between the factions became commonplace, though they rarely resulted in fatalities. But in 1458, it is said the Crown tried to escalate the situation in order to eliminate Warwick once and for all. In Westminster, Warwick was attacked by men wielding drawn knives, but Neville survived thanks to the quick action of his servants. They formed a protective shield around him and escorted him to a small boat on the banks of the Thames. As many as 7 of them may have lost their lives. Warwick fled back to Calais, where he believed he would be safe. Henry Beaufort attempted to capture the city on the Queen's behalf in November 1458, but failed. Whether or not the attackers had acted on Margaret's orders remains uncertain, but to the Yorkists, it made no difference. Even if they hadn't, the Crown was still to blame, they insisted. After all, it was the government's duty to protect its leading barons, especially in Westminster. A peaceful solution was now out of the question. The leading Yorkists refused to respond to royal summons, claiming fear for their lives. They pledged their loyalty to Henry and blamed his advisors for the new crisis. In June 1459, Margaret convened a great council in Henry's name at Coventry. York and the 2 Neville earls were to appear and defend themselves against accusations of treason. Margaret did not expect them to show, and that's precisely what she wanted. If the 3 lords defied royal jurisdiction, they could be tried in Parliament without being present and convicted as traitors. This would later happen in the Parliament of the Devils, as Yorkist historians came to call the assembly. In late summer of 1459, Warwick returned to England from Calais, accompanied by most of the garrison, about 800 men. York and the Earl of Salisbury had also armed thousands of their followers. They gathered in Worcester, but on his way there, Salisbury fell into a trap. At Blore Heath, 10,000 Lancastrian troops lay in wait. Only through tactical brilliance was he able to escape with an army half the size. The men sent envoys to the king, offering renewed declarations of loyalty and requesting a personal audience. But even the envoy was denied entry. Henry Beaufort himself reportedly warned that anyone who tried to enter the king's tent would be killed on sight. The Crown eventually sent back an offer of pardon. However, it explicitly excluded Salisbury, who had recently taken up arms against royal soldiers. York and the Nevilles declined the offer and decided to retreat to Ludlow to regroup. In doing so, they overlooked a critical detail with dramatic consequences. Beaufort had informed their envoy that the king himself was with the Lancastrian army. They reached Ludlow on October 10th, 1459. The royal army was close behind. York and the Nevilles ordered defensive positions to be established. But their soldiers were uneasy. They feared engaging an army led by the king. York attempted to reassure them, claiming the king was already dead, and that Margaret now acted in the name of their 6-year-old son, while pulling the strings herself. Somehow, this rumor made its way into the enemy camp. On October 12th, the royal army reached Ludford Bridge, which spanned the River Teme and separated the two forces. What happened next was inevitable. To quash the rumors, Henry himself appeared in full view before his army. The Yorkist troops were stunned. Not only were they expected to fight against their king, they now realized their own leaders had lied to them. That night, the Calais garrison and many others defected. The situation was hopeless. Flight became the only option. Edward and the two Nevilles were now in for an adventurous escape. While York and Edmund had a relatively short journey ahead to Ireland, the other three had to flee through Wales. Along the way, they were hidden in the private home of the widow Johanna Dynam. Her son John drove them to Calais. Edward never forgot the kindness of mother and son and favoured them for the rest of their lives. Henry showed mercy to the York family. The charge of treason brought against the Duke, his two eldest sons, and the Nevilles was not extended to the rest of their kin. The Lancastrian king made it clear that he guaranteed their safety and expected no unpleasant surprises in return. However, this protection did not apply to the exiles' remaining possessions, nor did it extend to anyone who obstructed the king's men. The result was a wave of looting and executions. For Yorkist propaganda, it was a gift. It had little difficulty portraying the Queen and her allies as savage beasts who inspired fear rather than loyalty. The exiles were left unbothered abroad. Henry attempted to install a new governor in Ireland, but failed. In Calais, Warwick grew increasingly bold. He dispatched his ships on raiding missions along the English coast, often joining them himself. After a successful attack on Sandwich, he returned with several high-profile prisoners: Richard Woodville, Lord Rivers, and his son Anthony. They were paraded through the town streets to jeers and insults from the people. Edward, too, gave free rein to his rage in this fashion. Yet these captured Woodvilles were also the reason Edward first began to doubt his cousin. Warwick was convinced that, despite their treatment, the Woodvilles would remain neutral. If anything, they would abstain from siding with either house rather than joining the Lancastrians. Edward, however, believed this was a dangerous miscalculation. We know this because Neville kept lists, later found in London, on which he assigned names to the houses of York and Lancaster or marked them as neutral. Initially, the Woodvilles were listed as neutral, a clear error, as Warwick would bitterly confirm in the spring of 1461. Back in Calais, a shift in momentum came with the arrival of the papal legate Francesco Capini. Sent by Pope Pius II, Capini had been tasked with brokering peace in England. The pontiff dreamt of launching a crusade against the Ottomans, who had taken Constantinople 6 years earlier. Capini believed that success in England would earn him a cardinal's hat. His mission was to win over Edward and Warwick to the cause. Instead, he fell under the spell of his hosts. The Yorkists presented their case shrewdly. They would form a legitimate government while allowing Henry to remain on the throne. York, who had the stronger claim anyway, would steer the affairs of state behind the scenes. Under such a stable arrangement, England could certainly consider joining the crusade. To Capini, this logic was compelling. Henry would remain king, and the Yorkists would rejoin government for the good of the realm. Who could oppose such a solution? From that point forward, Capini became an ardent backer of the House of York, well beyond the bounds of his original mandate. As a result, Edward and Warwick gained the appearance of papal support. Despite Edward's initial doubts about his cousin, the two men worked together with impressive harmony. They complemented each other well and exuded optimism. But in truth, neither was the head of their faction. That position remained with York himself, who was still in Ireland and cut off from key decisions. Warwick therefore travelled to meet the Duke. The exact nature of their conversation remains unknown, but Edward was reportedly overjoyed when his cousin returned with the news. Notably, Edward now became the focal point of Yorkist propaganda. Their campaign promised a fresh start and portrayed Edward as a legitimate youth of royal blood who would save England. His fame shall spread throughout the earth, they proclaimed. This rhetoric carries a certain irony, given that Warwick would later dispute Edward's ancestry entirely. For the moment, however, it was vital to capitalize on the rumors surrounding Edward of Westminster's parentage. Edward, Earl of March, needed to be cast in the most favorable light. Still, whispers soon emerged that Neville sought to replace Henry with Edward. Both the Yorkist heir and Warwick denied this. Henry, they insisted, remained our supreme sovereign and Christian king. The aim was merely to correct the failings of the present government for the good of England. Even the French Dauphin Louis, locked in conflict with his father, Charles VII, found this satisfactory. The coalition was in place, ready to carry the Yorkists back to England and into power. Already in Ireland, Warwick and Richard may have discussed whether King Henry should be replaced. York made it clear that his claim to the throne, via his Mortimer ancestors, was stronger than that of the Lancastrians. Though Henry IV had usurped Richard II, York believed the crown rightly belonged to his lineage. However, this claim initially led to nothing. Henry VI had not personally usurped the crown. He was an innocent, anointed monarch. York had acknowledged him as the legitimate king more than once. Subsequent events suggest that Warwick and Richard agreed Henry should remain king, but only as a puppet. In essence, they would implement what Neville had already discussed with the papal envoy. With this strategy, Warwick and Edward returned to England in June 1460. The papal envoy, Francesco Capini, travelled with them. They landed at Sandwich on June 26th and were received with great celebration. Yorkist propaganda had laid the groundwork. It helped that Henry had recently declared, without consulting his council, that he might consider issuing new pardons. Whether he meant it or merely had a confused moment is unclear. In any case, chaos reigned on the Lancastrian side regarding how to respond to Warwick and Edward. The presence of the papal envoy and widespread fear of the Queen's forces among the southern population further swayed opinion. Their march to London became a triumphal procession. The capital had orders not to admit them, but public sentiment had shifted. The elites believed Edward's assertion that he and his father were loyal to the king. The common people saw Warwick as a crusader against corruption. His father, Salisbury, though absent from recent events, was still remembered as a capable commander. On July 2, 1460, London opened its gates to the Yorkists. The Tower of London was held by a Lancastrian garrison which refused to surrender. City authorities warned the garrison commanders not to act rashly if they valued their lives. The tower was completely surrounded. In the long term, the garrison depended on the city's supplies to survive. Edward and Warwick soon left to confront the Lancastrian army near Northampton. Though outnumbered, the Yorkists had an advantage. Warwick had secured the allegiance of Lord Edmund Grey of Ruthin, who commanded the Lancastrian vanguard. Neville promised Grey protection of his lands and titles. On July 10, 1460, a mere wink from Warwick during battle was enough. Grey defected, and the Yorkist victory followed swiftly. The battle lasted only 30 minutes. Henry fell into Edward and Warwick's hands. In his tent, they pledged their loyalty, and Henry accepted them as his new counsellors, saying their oaths gave him great comfort. Outside, the battlefield was strewn with corpses. Edward and Warwick had ordered their men to target only the noble commanders, sparing common soldiers. But the instruction came too late for many. Henry was again confronted with the death of men he had known his entire life. Edward and Warwick were troubled that the Queen and her son had been far from the battle and were gathering new forces. The war was far from over. Meanwhile, in London, the Tower garrison, commanded by Thomas de Scales, had repeatedly attacked Yorkist troops. Upon learning of the defeat at Northampton, they attempted to flee. Scales tried to escape via the Thames, but his boatmen murdered him mid-river and dumped his body in a churchyard. The Tower surrendered on July 16th. Shortly after, Henry, Edward, and Warwick returned to London. They were greeted with great praise and gratitude to God. Henry was lodged in the bishop's palace, a polite term for house arrest. Warwick, now mask off, assumed control. Without official judicial authority, he presided over trials of Tower garrison members. 7 were executed as traitors. The Yorkists purged the government of Lancastrian sympathizers. The Milanese ambassador reported that the new leadership was doing wonderful things and speculated they might crown a son of the Duke of York, namely Edward, now central to Warwick's messaging. Both Warwick and Edward publicly denied any plans to replace Henry. Edward focused on caring for his family in London and presented himself as the head of the York household in his father's absence. But that changed when Richard of York returned to England on September 9th, 1460. Previously, he had pledged loyalty to the king upon return. This time, he did not. On his way to London, he recruited followers and issued documents omitting Henry VI's regnal year. Edward and Warwick hoped York only sought provocation, not regime change. On October 10th, those hopes collapsed. York arrived in London with 800 armed horsemen and went to Westminster, where Parliament was in session. There, he laid a hand on the vacant throne as if claiming it, and declared his intent to assert his right to the crown. Expecting support, York was instead met with silence, even from his own followers. Warwick and Edward had clearly not been informed. Nothing had been prepared. When Archbishop Bourchier asked if he would visit the king, York replied he knew no one in England he needed to visit, a disastrous answer. Parliament requested time to deliberate. York withdrew to the royal quarters, evicting Henry from his apartments and installing himself. The king was moved to smaller chambers next door. Speculation about York's motives abounded. Historians like Thomas Penn and Michael Hicks suggest York feared being eclipsed by Edward. The younger man had captured public affection. He was fresh, untainted by past failures, and full of promise. York, burdened by 15 years of failed politics, now felt pressure to seize the crown before his own relevance faded. But York's claim lacked legitimacy. True kingship rested on divine sanction, right lineage, and parliamentary approval. While York had ancestry, Henry was God's anointed and the lawfully crowned king. Edward, present at Northampton, might be interpreted as having divine favour. York, in Ireland at the time, could not claim the same. Coppini's presence alongside Edward and Warwick strengthened their position. Parliament still recognised Henry as legitimate. Public sentiment leaned increasingly toward Edward. Only Henry and Edward had any real chance to unite all three pillars of legitimacy. York tried a military-style surprise and failed. The Lords passed the decision to England's highest judges, who refused to rule and passed it back to Parliament, stating it was too complex. York, enraged, faced a compromise, the Act of Accord. Drafted with Warwick and Edward's influence, it stated that Henry would remain king for life, but the crown would pass to York and his heirs. Edward and Edmund were named specifically. Henry accepted this, excluding his own son from succession. York thus gained supreme political power as Lord Protector. Being 10 years older than Henry, he might not outlive the king, meaning Edward remained central. York initially rejected the compromise, even threatening self-coronation. His closest allies were extremely irritated. Ultimately, likely under pressure from Warwick and Edward, he accepted the deal. Had he refused, Edward could have been named heir directly, isolating York completely. Still, York simmered with resentment. He made repeated passive-aggressive comments about Henry dying sooner. This alienated allies and emboldened neutrals to side with the Queen. Margaret of Anjou and her ally, Henry Percy, Earl of Northumberland, began attacking Yorkist holdings in the north. Margaret called her supporters to arms. Within weeks, an estimated 15,000 men rallied. York led Edmund and Salisbury north to confront them. Warwick stayed in London to govern and guard Henry. Edward was sent to Wales to raise more troops. York hoped to surprise Lancaster, but bad weather slowed his march. Supplies dwindled. Scouts were ambushed and killed by men wearing Henry Beaufort's colours. York had wrongly assumed Beaufort was in Dorset. By Christmas, York reached Sandal Castle, near Wakefield. News arrived that Lancaster's army, 10 miles away at Pontefract, had stripped the region of supplies. York proposed a Christmas truce until January 6th. Somerset agreed, but used it to set a trap. Lancastrians ambushed York's foragers, provoking him. Enraged by the broken truce, York resolved to attack, seeing potential divine vindication in victory. His commanders urged caution. They were outnumbered, exhausted, and Edward's reinforcements had not arrived. York refused to listen. The result was disaster. Somerset had hidden large portions of his army. York was surrounded. Unlike 1459, escape was impossible. He was killed in battle. Edmund was captured while fleeing and beaten to death. Salisbury was executed. York's head was severed, crowned with a paper crown, and displayed above the city of York. It was Lancaster's greatest victory and the beginning of its downfall. York's death united the Yorkist cause under Edward, whose rise was now inevitable. Warwick received the news of York's end and offered an impressive display of his skill in propaganda. The defeat, he confidently claimed to anyone who would listen, was actually beneficial to his side. The Lancastrian army had turned against the king's army, making them traitors who refused to obey even their own monarch, who had accepted the Act of Accord. The enemy's main force, he asserted, was far from the capital and posed no threat for weeks due to poor weather. The Queen, isolated from the main army with only a small force, had no hope of uniting with it any time soon. Meanwhile, Warwick had a sizable army in London, equipped with strong artillery from Burgundy, capable of defeating the Queen. Edward was also bringing in a fresh army from Wales, with which Warwick could unite. People believed this optimism. In truth, Warwick had no idea where Edward was. He fervently hoped that the new Duke of York would not march to Wakefield to avenge his father. His sense of relief was short-lived. Just weeks later, reports emerged that an army was approaching St. Albans, north of London. It was not Edward, it was the Queen. She commanded 6,000 men and thus outnumbered Warwick, who had 5,000. His only real hope now lay in his superior artillery. Horror stories about the Queen's army soon spread through London. It was said to be a force bent solely on destruction, sweeping across England like the Huns had once swept across the European mainland. The Lords of the North had united to destroy the South. Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick, was seen as the last man who could save the people, if Edward did not arrive in time. Ironically, the propaganda was accurate in one sense. It was not a man who would determine London's fate, but a woman. But that moment had not yet come. Warwick warned that the violence threatened to surpass anything England had endured in the past 1,000 years. Yet it was not until February the 12th that he set out to intercept Margaret. His scouts had been misled into thinking the Queen had moved westward, as if trying to bypass London. Warwick thus proceeded cautiously, advancing only a few miles per day. He wanted a precise understanding of the enemy's movements so he could block her advance effectively. To his horror, the Queen was waiting exactly where the First Battle of St. Albans had once ignited the Wars of the Roses. To his greater horror, Beaufort was also present with the army he had marched south from Wakefield. Warwick's hesitancy and sluggish pace had now come back to haunt him, and his strategic missteps did not end there. He reused the tactics from the first battle, tactics now well known to his enemies. He even displayed the king, hoping to achieve what the enemy had managed in the year 1459, encouraging troops to defect. But the Lancastrian army remained loyal, knowing the Queen and her son were among their ranks. Somerset managed to bypass Warwick's defences and strike from behind, before Warwick's artillery was even ready to fire. By day's end, Neville had suffered a crushing defeat. The Earl of Warwick fled with a few loyal followers. The victorious army found Henry under a tree not far from the battlefield, reportedly singing to himself in boredom. What followed was another bloodbath. Margaret had Edward of Westminster proclaimed heir once more by her Chancellor, John Morton. As Constable of England, the 7-year-old now presided over the trial of captured Yorkist soldiers who had failed to escape. He sentenced them to death as traitors and was present at their executions. This massacre proved a strategic blunder. News of it reached London quickly, confirming all the rumours about Margaret's army. The people of London shut their gates and refused to allow the Lancastrians to enter. Families with ties to the House of York fled the city as fast as possible. This included Edward's brothers, Richard and George, whom their mother Cecily evacuated by ship to the European mainland. She herself remained in London. In the absence of their husbands, a group of prominent women took the initiative to negotiate directly with the Queen. The group was led by Jacquetta of Luxembourg, once the wife of Henry's uncle John of Bedford, and now married to Richard Woodville. Thus, she was part of the Lancastrian house, and her voice carried considerable weight. She persuaded the Queen not to enter London. In return, the city would provide supplies. It was also agreed that a small detachment of the Queen's forces would be allowed into London to arrest leading Yorkists. However, when the supply wagons rolled toward the city gates, they were intercepted and looted by the residents. The deal collapsed. The storming of the capital by the Royal Army now seemed imminent. Meanwhile, Warwick was still searching for Edward. The latter had indeed marched from Wales to Wakefield to aid his father, only to turn back upon learning of his death. London was now his goal, where he hoped to regroup with Warwick. But Edward discovered that the Lancastrian side still maintained a third army, which was moving north to unite with their main force. Edward resolved to intercept it. At Mortimer's Cross, the two forces clashed. Shortly before the battle, a meteorological phenomenon occurred in which 3 suns appeared in the sky. Edward's men were frightened, but he proclaimed that the 3 suns symbolized the Holy Trinity, proving that God was on their side. The son of York was born in that moment. Edward's tactical talent became clear during the battle. He accepted the advice to position archers in hidden locations along key crossroads to slow the enemy's advance. Edward then launched a direct assault at the center of the approaching army, placing himself at the heart of the conflict. Jasper Tudor and his father, Owen Tudor, led the opposing force. The Lancastrians had attacked Edward's flanks, which seemed to be separating from the main body. The Yorkist right wing, for instance, had to detour across the River Lug. Owen Tudor attempted to outflank Edward's left wing to strike the Yorkist centre from behind. But the trap snapped shut. Edward's central assault had severed the Lancastrian wings from their main force. Edward's centre remained intact and in communication. The Lancastrian left wing was trapped between the river and Edward's men. The right wing was wedged between Edward and his own left flank. Jasper Tudor could provide no reinforcements. Meanwhile, Edward's troops, who had fled across the river, returned and attacked the Lancastrian centre. The enemy began to flee for their lives, but most did not get far. 4,000 Lancastrian soldiers perished. The Tudors had brought only a few troops more to the battlefield. Owen Tudor was captured and beheaded. Jasper escaped with his life. Edward now redirected his army toward London, having learned that the Queen was approaching. When Warwick joined him, he realized the seriousness of the situation. The combined forces hurried toward the capital. The Queen, upon learning of the slaughter among the Tudor troops, chose not to pit her weary army against Edward's fresh forces. She withdrew northward with her troops. Her husband was by her side. Edward returned to London a changed man. He had left as the son of the future king. Now he came back not only as the Duke of York, but also as the heir to the throne and the military saviour of his house. In doing so, he had surpassed Warwick, but he did not yet realize this. In London, the two men had to decide how to proceed. They had lost both the king and the Lord Protector. Without Henry, they could not appoint a new one. Worse still, it was once again they who were poised to go to war against the reigning monarch. At last, Neville said aloud what everyone already knew. It had become inevitable to have a king of their own, despite all the drawbacks that came with such a move. Warwick's brother, Bishop George Neville, who had been Chancellor since the previous year, played a central role in orchestrating what came next. On March the 1st, 1461, George Neville assembled thousands of people north of London's city walls. They were likely mostly men from Edward's army. He asked them whether they still considered Henry their legitimate king. The crowd denied it. When he asked if Edward should receive the crown, the response came in loud cries of yes. A delegation of captains then made its way to the York family residence in London to formally request that Edward take the crown. Edward declared himself willing to do so with a heavy heart. His reasoning was that Henry had broken the Act of Accord and thus forfeited the right to wear the crown. According to that law's provisions, it now belonged to Edward. His elevation was therefore proclaimed in the streets. Edward appointed a new Great Council. To populate it, however, he had to quickly elevate a number of his followers to the nobility. Even so, the ranks remained thin. A Yorkist chronicler listed only 9 names, but added that there were many more. On March the 4th, a large crowd gathered in Westminster Hall, which served as a stand-in for Parliament, since Parliament could be convened only by a king. And in that moment, it was still uncertain who truly held the crown. The assembly watched as Edward walked to the king's bench in coronation robes and took the coronation oath there. Though this was not yet a coronation in the full sense of the word, the people acclaimed him as a monarch chosen by God. Edward now stood equal in rank to Henry. Anyone who fought against him would be guilty of treason, at least if Edward won the coming battle. But to do that, he first needed money. He turned to the city's merchants, who had already lent more than £4,000 to his father. They detested few things more than lending money to members of royal families. Such loans had a way of disappearing, and under Henry VI, credit had become little more than a euphemism for gift. Edward now took a strikingly different approach from his predecessors. He guaranteed that the new loan would appear in the Crown's official account books, and indeed, it did. Over £4,000 were raised. In Germany, there exists a study by Stefan Weiss on Edward's commercial acumen, which, though unfortunately not translated into English, impressively demonstrates the keen interest the then 18-year-old Edward took in such matters. Margaret had gathered her troops at York and was awaiting her adversary. There, she was shown a list drawn up by Edward that contained the names of Lancaster supporters for whom the new king would pay £100 if any of his followers killed them. The Queen, whose title depended entirely on her victory in the coming battle, retaliated in kind. She knew that the York army would first move to Pontefract, as Edward suspected her forces to be stationed there. At strategically important positions, she placed men to attack from ambush, aiming to slow the Yorkist advance and weaken the enemy before the main confrontation. Even so, it was clear that 2 massive armies were on course to collide. The largest battle of the entire Wars of the Roses loomed. Edward allegedly commanded 20,000 men and was still waiting for John Mowbray, the Duke of Norfolk. The Lancaster forces were said to number 28,000, with nearly all the important barons gathered under their banner. When Edward arrived at Pontefract Castle and found it empty, he sent scouts to locate the enemy army. Although it was already late March, the weather continued to worsen. Bitter cold, snow, and ice hindered movement. His scouts reported that Margaret's army was encamped a few miles away by the river wharf. Edward gave immediate orders for his troops to advance. On March the 28th, the army's vanguard was ambushed on a bridge. Warwick was struck in the leg by an arrow, an injury that would prevent him from playing a major role in the actual battle. The responsibility would rest solely on Edward. The Yorkist soldiers repelled the ambush. Edward ordered a cavalry detachment under Warwick's uncle, Lord Falkenberg, to pursue the attackers. Falkenberg's unit caught the Lancaster vanguard by surprise and immediately engaged them. The enemy commander, John Clifford, reputedly the killer of young Edmund nearly 3 months earlier, was struck in the neck by an arrow and died. his men fled to the main army, which was forced to move south from its secure position at Tadcaster to protect its forward troops. Both sides established camps just beyond each other's firing range. A freezing night lay ahead. For thousands, it would be their last. From the army's positions, it became clear that the decisive encounter would take place in the fields, near a small settlement called Towton. The Lancaster side not only had the numerical advantage, but also occupied the higher ground. But Edward was shrewder and had better commanders. On Palm Sunday, March the 29th, 1461, as a snowstorm rolled in, Falkenberg had a brilliant idea. His archers would advance clearly in front of the main Yorkist line and fire arrows at the enemy. Though visibility was low, they could aim by the sound of the enemy's movements. Then, standing still, they would let the Lancaster archers return fire, blindly and ineffectively, wasting their arrows in the storm. Edward approved the plan. Before the battle began, he gave a fiery speech. His men had asked him to be their king, and now he stood with them, asking for their help to make that kingship real. According to reports, his troops shouted that they would follow him to the death. On the other side, there was no comparable address. Henry, Margaret, and their son waited in York, 12 miles away, for news of the outcome. The armies of two kings clashed that day, but only one king was actually on the battlefield. As was his custom, Edward fought in the center, side by side with his men. The symbolism was unmistakable. Due to the storm, artillery was all but useless. The fighting devolved into brutal hand-to-hand combat amid poor visibility and driving snow. This favored the Lancastrians. Their superior numbers allowed them to throw fresh waves of soldiers into the fray. The Yorkist lines, though determined, began to buckle under the strain. Edward, now wearing a coat of arms that for the first time bore a shining sun emerging from a white rose, had one more advantage. The Duke of Norfolk arrived just in time and attacked the Lancaster army's left flank. What had been a hard-fought battle turned into a massacre. As many as 8,500 Lancastrians were killed, twice the number of Yorkist casualties. Yorkist propaganda would later claim that Edward had once again ordered his men to kill only the nobility and spare the commoners. Not a word of it was true. Edward wanted every enemy dead. There would be a time for mercy, but it had not yet come. Even among his fallen comrades, Edward denied peace. They were buried facing west, so that on the day of Christ's return, they would not see salvation, and thus could not follow it. The snowstorm at least offered one final advantage to some of the Lancaster supporters. Under its cover, they managed to flee the battlefield unnoticed. Among them was Somerset. He made it back to York, hoping to join the royal family, but they were already gone. Margaret had received word that the battle was lost. Edward was now, without question, the new king. The royal party fled north. They had been promised safe haven in Scotland, and that promise held. At the time, Mary of Guelders ruled as regent and honoured her commitment. Somerset and other nobles who had survived Towton and refused to submit to Edward joined them there in exile. The moment when Henry, Margaret, and their son left York could hardly have been more symbolic. As they passed through the city gate, the decapitated head of Richard of York still loomed above them. The paper crown, placed there in mockery, had largely disintegrated. Time and weather had twisted his face into a grotesque grimace. What had once been meant as humiliation now seemed to mock the fleeing royals themselves. And yet, the sight was also a reminder. Fortune was fickle. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe to support the channel. Henry VI preferred to spend his days in exile in Scotland alone. He spent hours immersed in prayer, reading, or at the mouth of the River Forth. His hosts continued to treat him as King of England. It almost seemed as if he and his family were merely foreign dignitaries, guests of the Regent Mary of Guelders. This was not entirely inaccurate. Despite the crushing defeat by York troops at Towton on the 29th of March 1461, Henry still had numerous supporters in England. Even on the day of Edward IV's coronation, the 28th of June 1461, Lancaster rebels fought in his name against the new regime. Did Henry truly want this? He probably didn't know for sure himself. Nevertheless, he had no choice. Welcome back to Lemmy History. This is episode 2 of 6 in my series, which is dedicated to the confrontation between Edward IV and Henry VI. As always in my series, all episodes can be understood independently of each other. The first episode is of course linked in the description. Edward was under no illusions after Towton. He knew he had won a battle, but not the war. The memories of his father's fleeting happiness, who more than once believed he had finally asserted himself, were still too fresh. The 19-year-old did not want to repeat that mistake. Yorkist propaganda therefore continued to operate at full throttle. Edward's first parliament, for instance, convicted Henry, Margaret of Anjou, and Margaret's son, Edward of Westminster, of treason. In doing so, the propaganda lent an official veneer to the rumours surrounding the illegitimate origin of the former crown prince. The Milanese ambassador Prospero di Camullo illustrated in one of his reports just how determined Yorkist propaganda was to underscore the idea that Henry was not Edward's father. He had heard rumours, he wrote, that the exiled queen wished to join Henry Beaufort, the Duke of Somerset, in a plot to poison her husband and place her son on the throne. Beaufort was the alleged half-brother of Edward of Westminster. Rumours were even said to have reached England from Scotland, suggesting that Henry himself doubted the paternity of his son. He supposedly believed that Edward was truly the son of the Holy Spirit. This, too, was propaganda, intended to highlight the contrast between the young, vigorous new king and his deposed, mentally feeble predecessor. These efforts were accompanied by new ballads in which Edward was praised as the Rose of Rouen, the French city being his birthplace. In some instances, these efforts proved quite effective. Richard Woodville, Lord Rivers, declared to the Milanese ambassador as early as August 1461 that Henry VI's cause was irretrievably lost. Until that point, he had been a staunch supporter of the Lancastrian side and had been severely humiliated by Edward and Richard Neville, the Earl of Warwick, only a year earlier in Calais. Together with his son Anthony, he had been taken prisoner and paraded through the streets under intense abuse. His judgment, however, may have reflected his genuine opinion. Unlike other former Lancaster supporters, he would never change sides again. The ever-growing list of problems Edward had to confront in order to retain power did not, at least for the moment, include the name Woodville. Edward considered his greatest challenge to be that he had inherited what we would today call a failed state. While a bureaucracy in Westminster remained capable of performing basic functions, it was bloated, sluggish, and rife with corruption. The authority of civil administration had collapsed along with that of the monarchy. Politically, Edward had no idea whom he could trust. Worse still, he had no experience in government. Henry's weakness had created a vacuum, one that the great barons in particular had exploited to grow ever more powerful and wealthy. They waged private wars and ruled over their own territories like petty kings. The high nobility viewed the monarchy not as a superior institution of government, but as a tool to increase their own power. If Edward wished to restore royal authority, he would have to reclaim some of the influence they had seized. And here lay the next major problem. Edward himself was the prime example of a baron who had used the monarchy to rise. His own followers had no real interest in reforms that would strengthen the crown. Instead, they now wanted to use the throne to enrich themselves in wealth and power. Chief among them, the so-called kingmaker Warwick, displayed insatiable greed. On the continent, it was said that no one was half as wealthy as Neville. Edward's supporters wanted a Henry VI shaped to their liking, not a revitalized, reformed monarchy. Warwick aimed to become, for the Yorkist king, what John de la Pole and Edmund Beaufort had been for the last Lancastrian monarch. The condition of the realm recalled the darkest days of anarchy in the mid-12th century. At that time, a 21-year-old Henry II had ascended the throne. Then, as now, the barons behaved as warlords and believed the young king's age would allow them to carry on as before. They were in for a rude awakening. Edward intended to follow that example. While it would be an exaggeration to suggest Henry II was his role model, there are clear parallels in how he approached kingship. Like Henry 3 centuries earlier, Edward had no background in government, but was trained in the management of an aristocratic household. Accordingly, he chose to bypass the existing power structures and rule England directly through his household. Power was once again to radiate from the king himself. A powerful symbol of this came in 1462, when Edward personally took a seat in the King's Bench and presided over the highest criminal court in the land. It was the first time in more than 150 years that a monarch had done so. Though a spectacle, it sent an unmistakable message. He intended to claim all royal powers for himself. Henry, meanwhile, faced a decision. He was not involved in the organizational or logistical matters of resistance to the New Yorkist government. These tasks were handled by Margaret of Anjou and the high-ranking nobles who had fled to the Lancastrian court in exile in Edinburgh. Nevertheless, Henry was needed as a symbolic figure. He had to present himself publicly as the figurehead of the true government of England. Without his visible presence, the Lancastrian cause would likely collapse. After all, Yorkist propaganda was highly effective at conveying the idea that God had abandoned him. In Hertfordshire, for instance, it was said that blood rained from the sky in July 1461. Henry VI never gave the impression of a man who had enjoyed being king. Here, then, was the chance to finally leave the crown behind. Yet he didn't take it. Much speculation has surrounded this decision. Presumably, Henry continued to fight for his kingdom out of concern for his son. It was unthinkable that the Yorkists would allow the boy to live. He was only 8 years old. But that would change. The curse and the blessing of the historian is to know what came next. If Henry truly fought to preserve the crown out of fear for his son's life, then that fear was fully justified. In England, Edward formally made one of his brothers Duke of Gloucester in November 1461. This brother, Richard, was only a year older than Edward of Westminster. He became, rightly or wrongly, a symbol of the notion that children were not safe if they posed a threat to the ambitions of powerful men. George, then 11 years old, became Duke of Clarence in the summer of 1461. He was granted the title once held by Lionel of Antwerp, the third-born son of Edward III. George's later life would likewise become a symbol of the brutal ruthlessness of the era. Having chosen not to disappear into the seductive insignificance of exile, Henry soon showed a surprising level of activity. He wrote numerous letters, encouraged men to continue the struggle, and corresponded with foreign dignitaries. At times, He even accompanied troops bound for England. He staged himself in such a way that his followers could genuinely believe they were fighting for him. Fortresses in northern England, in particular, held out against the Yorkist regime for a remarkably long time. Harlech Castle in North Wales did not surrender until 1468. Henry and Edward had one thing in common during this period. Both kings lacked money. The Lancastrian side survived only thanks to financial gifts, first from Regent Mary and later from Bishop James Kennedy. Meanwhile, Edward was not only heavily indebted as a private individual, but his kingdom also failed to generate sufficient income to meet its looming expenses, let alone repay existing debts. Trade was stagnant, and as long as foreign powers were unconvinced of Edward's security on the throne, they were reluctant to enter into medium or long-term agreements with him. However, the young king had access to one source of revenue. He could confiscate the properties of Lancastrian supporters who had fallen under his control. Yet these fortunes were almost entirely consumed by the rewards expected by his allies. Even then, the resources were insufficient to satisfy many of the nobles and non-nobles who anticipated compensation. Members of the Neville family themselves had to wait over 3 years before the king sent them anything at all. Edward approached the financial crisis in a way that was deeply unpopular, but also demonstrated that he understood the stakes. He had no choice but to take out massive new loans to cover current expenses. Economically, his government could not afford to lapse into the passivity that had characterized the second half of Henry VI's reign. To improve the revenue base, the imposition of taxes became unavoidable. He also debased the coinage by reducing the precious metal content in some coins. This caused the currency to lose value significantly, but it had the effect of making English exports cheaper. As a result, despite political instability, the country became attractive for trade once more. Edward's victory at Towton had brought him several lucrative estates, most notably the Duchy of Lancaster. The king also retained control of the Duchy of York and the County of March. In addition to tax income, this was intended to provide an economic foundation that would also support his private household. When it came to granting favors, Edward increasingly leaned toward giving only honorary posts to the already rich and powerful. Positions that brought real influence and financial reward were instead granted to party loyalists who were comparatively less well off. This strategy aimed to secure their loyalty. He did not shy away from taking unpopular actions even against his closest allies. In Wales, for example, Edward halted Warwick's land acquisitions in order to assign the estates to William Herbert. Edward did not always use funds as publicly announced. Many of the loans, for example, were supposedly intended to finance a military campaign in the north, which the king himself planned to lead. This campaign never took place. It remains unclear where the funds, over £30,000, ultimately went. Historian Charles Ross suspects they were diverted to foreign ventures. It seems likely that the money was simply used to plug gaps across the board. In any case, Edward also had to reserve funds in preparation for future wars. The fight against the remaining Lancastrian outposts consumed a fortune. In this regard, Henry had it much easier. His partisans fought on their own initiative. Those aligned with his cause knew that they could expect little, if any, help from him. Edward, by contrast, had to pay, and also contend with the problem that his troops often behaved with brutality. They did not win hearts and minds. Up to and including the year 1464, the Yorkist army undertook 4 campaigns in total. 3 of these were fought in the north, where some fortresses changed hands multiple times. One army was sent to Wales to defeat Jasper Tudor. Although Edward repeatedly announced that he would personally lead his troops, he never once did. On one occasion, he even chose to remain behind and go hunting instead. He was almost never present in the north. Instead, Edward entrusted military operations to trusted allies. In the north, this was Warwick, who at one point oversaw 3 sieges simultaneously and rode more than 20 miles a day on horseback. In Wales, William Herbert took command. For a long time, historians interpreted Edward's absence from the battlefield as laziness, especially since Henry himself occasionally crossed the border to be physically present with his soldiers. Yet this interpretation is not entirely fair. Edward had long feared the possibility of a foreign invasion in the south, one intended to restore Henry with foreign troops. According to captured prisoners, Margaret of Anjou was forming a European coalition for just such a purpose. Supposedly, 100,000 men were to land and overthrow him. Edward took this seriously. When Margaret's supposed superforce finally did land, he summoned all his nobles to bring their forces to his side. He is said to have mobilized between 30,000 and 40,000 men. Margaret's international force, however, turned out to consist of just 800 men, soldiers who never had a chance to make a military impact. Many were shipwrecked in a storm and captured by Yorkist forces. Margaret and Henry, with great luck, barely reached a safe Scottish port. Edward also wished to remain at the heart of government. He had seen firsthand under Henry how dangerous it was when others ruled in the monarch's name. He also possessed a keen eye for the strengths and limitations of his own supporters. Warwick, for example, was a skilled propagandist and capable military commander, but a dreadful politician. Despite Edward's kingship, Warwick's influence in the north, owing to his land holdings and long-standing authority, exceeded the king's. The prospect of Edward's death presented a serious danger. George was the designated heir, but he was far too young to lead the government himself. Were Edward to die, it was almost certain that Neville would assume total control. Yet he lacked the ability to govern effectively. Edward was just old and respected enough to restrain him. No other figure in the realm held a comparable degree of authority. Thus, Edward resolved to restore royal authority from the centre. His allies would be responsible for confronting the Lancastrians and suppressing rebellion. Although a certain nostalgia for Henry's reign is said to have lingered among the population, and Henry even wrote to France suggesting the kingdom might soon be ready for his return, Edward's strategy ultimately worked. Edward had grasped an essential truth, one with highly unpopular consequences. In order to establish himself as king, he had to be recognized as a monarch. This meant he needed to pursue a policy of reconciliation. In doing so, he followed a path similar to that of Henry II. Barons who submitted to him could retain their lands, titles, and possessions. Those who refused faced execution. And this certainly happened. For example, the Earl of Oxford and his eldest son were executed as traitors. Edward's policy of reconciliation, however, went disastrously wrong in several instances. He pardoned Henry Beaufort, for example, and did everything within his power to keep Somerset loyal. He appointed him head of his bodyguard, symbolically shared a bed with him, a gesture of deep trust at the time, and even organized a tournament in his honor. Nevertheless, Somerset betrayed him at the first opportunity, a decision that would cost him his head in 1464. Such betrayals did not deter Edward. There were several reasons for this. First, Neville treated prisoners with exceptional brutality, even by the standards of the time. This gave Edward the opportunity to cast himself as a merciful contrast. Supporters of the Lancastrian cause were offered a choice. They could submit to the king and receive pardon, or take their chances with the kingmaker and the army. Second, mercy was considered a classic virtue of kingship. Anyone who accepted Edward's pardon implicitly acknowledged his legitimacy as king, and if that person later betrayed him, Edward could punish them without hesitation or guilt. Third, clemency could also serve a practical purpose. It was sometimes offered for free, but it could just as well be sold. In that sense, forgiveness became a financial tool to refill the depleted royal coffers. Fourth, reconciliation served as a means of restoring unity. Edward actively sought to arrange marriages between former enemies in the hope of quelling hostility in this way. Fifth, and perhaps most significantly, the dividing lines in the Wars of the Roses often cut straight through nuclear families. Brothers fought against brothers, fathers against sons. Edward gambled that such families fractured by civil war might be especially open to reintegration, and by and large, he was correct. Edward went even further with this approach well before his own wedding as to what Warwick found reasonable. On the international stage, Edward sought above all to isolate the Lancastrian cause. At one point, he even appears to have considered marrying Maria of Guelders. He also dispatched Warwick to the continent to conduct negotiations. The goal was to forge alliances with both Burgundy and France. At first, fortune seemed to favor him. Charles VII died, and his successor as King of France was Louis XI. Louis had Margaret's envoys arrested, yet the deposed queen was a skilled player in the diplomatic arena. She secured Scottish support by surrendering Berwick Castle, which had been in English hands for nearly a century. Louis was offered the city of Calais in a secret agreement, and this offer ultimately won him over. It became increasingly clear why Margaret of Anjou had crossed the Channel with her son Edward of Westminster. She could hold her own in negotiations with the new French king, whose cunning and duplicity were already the stuff of legend. The thought of Henry himself negotiating with Louis was unpalatable to all involved. Edward, however, had one major advantage. He was consistently underestimated. He was widely regarded as a mere puppet of Warwick, who was believed to wield the real power. One remark from the governor of Abbeville to Louis in March 1464 became legendary. England has but two rulers, the Earl of Warwick and another whose name I have forgotten. Ironically, Edward's all too visible human weaknesses played to his benefit. He had a fondness for female company, a high opinion of himself, and a taste for the pleasures of wealth and power. These indulgences would later deepen in the second half of his reign. But in the early years, Edward remained remarkably focused on the task before him. This is evident in how consistently Edward implemented his vision of personal kingship. He ruled through a network of trusted confidants who were directly dependent on him. No one was permitted to accumulate enough power to threaten either the king himself or the king's other allies. In the early years of his reign, Edward's inner circle included not only Warwick, his brother George Neville, and William Herbert, but also William Hastings and Henry Bourchier. Edward deliberately kept the system open, allowing it to align with his policy of reconciliation. Those who submitted to him and earned his trust could rise high, regardless of past loyalties. He never abandoned this model throughout his reign. While the key figures in Edward's personal monarchy changed with the shifting political winds, the principle remained the same. Those who worked with the king could advance rapidly, but those who turned against him found themselves utterly isolated, facing a political world in which influence and survival depended entirely on Edward's position on the throne. The king generally avoided anything that might destabilize this structure. He favored peace over war, understanding that the costs of military conflict bred financial and political volatility. In 1464, he concluded a 15-year truce with Scotland and was content with the vague assertion that Henry VI had fled the country and vanished. Edward enticed both France and Burgundy with promises of marriage alliances and access to his New England. He made it clear to Louis that Calais could not be taken by force. Convinced, the French king abandoned Margaret of Anjou. She was allowed to live in exile with her father, accompanied by her son. Edward made many errors in these early years and often placed his trust in the wrong men. But even so, it was he who set the political tempo, and few recognized how central his personal authority truly was. Warwick would learn this in the harshest way possible when, after capturing Edward and attempting to rule in his name, he was unable to maintain control for more than 2 months. Warwick, blinded by greed and vanity, believed himself the exception to every rule. In his own mind, he was not merely a subject of the king, but Edward's equal, and he assumed Edward saw it that way too. Why else would he enjoy such unmatched favor? Why else would the king have chosen him, above all others, to be the tutor of young Richard, Duke of Gloucester? To Warwick, that was proof enough. Entrusting him with the upbringing of a royal brother of one of the future leaders of the realm could only mean he was not just part of the royal family by marriage, but its central pillar. As far as he was concerned, appearances mattered. If he took a secondary role in Wales, it was for the sake of show, not substance. The public had to believe that even the kingmaker bowed to the crown. But privately, he believed the crown bent to him. What he failed to see was that he was only ever doing what Edward allowed him to do, and Edward in turn only did what he had decided upon himself. Warwick was not unique in this blindness. Many in the kingdom were slow to realize just how tightly Edward held the reins, and that ignorance, so long as it lasted, became one of the young king's greatest strengths. But such illusions do not last forever. The moment was fast approaching when Warwick and others in Edward's inner circle would see clearly for the first time what kind of man they were dealing with. And, as so often in history, it was a woman who forced that realization. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe to support the channel. At the end of 1464, Edward IV shouted at his brothers George and Richard for the first time, declaring that he would never allow them to marry the daughters of the so-called kingmaker, Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick. He had held a secret meeting with the two teenagers shortly beforehand to discuss this option. Edward, who had made his secret marriage to Elizabeth Woodville public only a few weeks earlier, exploded with anger. The Earl had asked him in advance. The king had refused in no uncertain terms. Now Edward had to realize how little his word as king and head of the family apparently meant to his most important follower. Worse still, Warwick had tried to instrumentalize Edward's brothers to get his way. The Earl wanted either to force Edward to give in or to compel him to admit to a break between the two men. Richard was already unofficially living in the kingmaker's household and was to move officially to Middleham Castle a few months later. How was the 12-year-old supposed to understand this? Edward let off steam that evening. In truth, George and Richard were the entirely wrong targets for his anger, and the king himself knew it. He was furious at Warwick and at himself. George, however, managed to attract the king's wrath with a clumsy remark. He said that Edward's marriage had worked out well for the monarch after all. It gave him, he said, entry to a good place. The last was an allusion to the rumors that Edward's marriage was driven by his intimate desire. It is quite possible that George had hit the nail on the head. Nevertheless, the remark was unwise. He could think of his brother's marriage that way and quietly agree with Warwick's proposals. But to say it aloud crossed a red line he should not have passed. Anyone with eyes to see and ears to hear knew that there was a dangerous rift at the English court. one that would sooner or later force all nobles to take sides, even the king's brothers. Welcome back to Lemmy History. This is episode 4 of 6 in my series dedicated to the confrontation between Edward IV and Henry VI. As always in my series, all episodes can be understood independently. The previous episodes are, of course, linked in the description. In the last episode, I discussed how it wasn't the Woodville marriage itself that made Neville an enemy of Edward. Even the king's quarrel with his brothers was a symptom of this deeper conflict. Warwick reacted relatively pragmatically. He was trying to find a way to accept that the Queen's siblings married all the high-ranking unmarried nobles, and yet ensure that his daughters didn't miss out. In the process, he had to endure massive humiliation. A marriage for his nephew George, long negotiated with Anne Holland, was successfully torpedoed by the Queen. The daughter of an exiled Lancaster duke married Thomas Grey, a son from Elizabeth Woodville's first marriage instead. It is unclear whether Edward failed to see the problem that was bound to emerge, or whether he intended to make a statement. Warwick was his subject, dependent on the king, not the other way around. In the end, however, it was not the disagreements between the two men over contemporary marriages that led to the permanent break between them. Warwick was the godfather of the king's first child, his daughter Elizabeth of York, who was born on February 11th, 1466. For a time, the king even seriously considered betrothing her to Neville's nephew in hopes of resolving all disputes surrounding the various marriage arrangements. It was foreign policy in particular that caused the rift between the two men to deepen into a full-blown breach. Warwick pushed for an alliance between England and France, while Edward preferred Burgundy, possibly influenced by his new kinship with the Woodvilles. However, this cannot be said with certainty. What is clear is that the two men stood at odds on this matter, and the conflict only intensified. At least, that is how the continuator of the Crowland Chronicle interpreted it. It is my belief that this was the real reason for the disagreement between the king and the earl, and not the marriage between the king and Queen Elizabeth. Historians such as Michael Hicks have followed this view in the past, and they were not wrong. Still, the picture remains incomplete. What happened on the domestic front must also be considered. The great promises Edward had made at the beginning of his reign remained little more than lip service. At the same time, Warwick had to watch as men who had once served under him, men dependent on him, were now favoured in his place. His own confidants were removed from the centres of power. For a skilled propagandist like Warwick, this provided fertile ground for doing what he did best, eliminating a king. But first things first. Let us begin with foreign policy. Warwick had been on Louis XI's payroll for years, which made him a natural supporter of an alliance with France. But it was more than personal gain that drove his efforts. England was embroiled in a trade war with Burgundy. Duke Philip was unyielding on the matter, and his son and heir, Charles, was known to be sympathetic to the House of Lancaster, to which he himself belonged. It was also common knowledge that Charles harboured grand military ambitions. He aimed to transform Burgundy into a true European great power. In the worst-case scenario, England, already suffering economically, would find itself dragged into years of costly wars it neither wanted nor could afford, or be left diplomatically isolated. France, on the other hand, was weak. Louis had still not fully secured his throne, though he had held it since 1461. The Duke of Brittany, in particular, continued to resist royal authority. An Anglo-Burgundian alliance would have been a nightmare for the French king, and he was accordingly eager to make substantial concessions to win Edward to his side. Louis had quickly moved on from the failed marriage negotiations with the English king. It is even said that he entertained the idea of restoring the duchies that Henry VI had lost to England, on the condition, however, that Edward renounce his claim to the French crown. Louis also offered a lucrative trade deal. Warwick knew full well that France was a sleeping giant. Eventually, Louis would resolve his domestic challenges, and when he did, France's military and economic strength would pose a formidable threat to England. As Crown Prince, Louis had been so estranged from his father, Charles VII, that he had sought refuge at the Burgundian court. Warwick therefore believed that an alliance with France, forged while Louis remained vulnerable, was in England's best interest. Edward, the first Yorkist king, saw things differently. From France came rumours that some within Louis's circle advocated for an alliance between Margaret of Anjou and Neville. Warwick had no part in these ideas, but the very notion disturbed Edward. He could not trust Louis. Moreover, Edward had no intention of relinquishing the French crown, quite the opposite. He believed in striking while France remained internally divided. Better to act now than face a unified France later, especially if the initiative came from an alliance orchestrated entirely by Warwick. Edward also believed that political change was looming in Burgundy. After Charles's first wife died in 1465, he began to speak openly of marrying Margaret, Edward's sister. The English king was so enthusiastic that he envisioned a double wedding, with his brother George marrying Charles's daughter, Mary. What George thought of this proposal is unknown. At the time, it didn't matter. Charles rejected it. He may have raised the idea of marrying Margaret only to keep Edward away from France. In essence, Edward's strategy was this. While France remained politically unstable, he would diplomatically encircle it and then strike. To that end, he sent a contingent of archers to Brittany and secured parliamentary approval for a tax to fund a campaign against France. Once he had asserted his claim to the French crown, Edward believed he would no longer need trade agreements with France. Burgundy, in turn, would be forced to lift its cloth embargo against England. Until the alliance was secured, however, Edward needed peace with France. In that context, Warwick's talks with Louis served the king's interests. Edward's aim was to achieve, in one masterstroke, what English monarchs had pursued for over a century. But the plan was fragile. If even one element failed, the whole structure would collapse. And Warwick was convinced that was precisely what would happen. In his view, Edward was gambling far too much and overlooking the safe, promising alliance with France. The personal dynamics between Warwick, Edward, and the future Duke Charles also came into play. Warwick met Charles for the first time during negotiations on April 15, 1466, and took an immediate dislike to him, a sentiment that was probably mutual. Edward and Charles, however, appeared to get along, perhaps because they communicated only through letters and emissaries. In October 1466, they even concluded a secret agreement of mutual support, which remained unknown to nearly everyone. Edward had deliberately excluded Neville from those talks. That same year, it became painfully clear what game Edward was playing. He removed Warwick from all negotiations with Burgundy and replaced him with his father-in-law, Earl Rivers. Robert Stillington also joined the team, replacing John, Lord Wenlock, whom Edward rightly suspected of being Warwick's man. Only Hastings remained as a constant among the English negotiators. The Kingmaker was still allowed to handle discussions with France, but Edward intended to use those negotiations as leverage in talks with Burgundy. Moreover, the French court had yet to realize that Warwick no longer influenced the king's foreign policy. Louis and his advisors still believed the Earl dictated political strategy. Edward intended to preserve that illusion as long as possible. In France, Warwick proposed that both nations assist each other in suppressing rebels. Louis also promised to find a suitable husband for Margaret of York. Edward would receive an annual French pension of 4,000 crowns. With this offer, the Earl returned to England, accompanied by a French delegation. Edward, however, avoided any contact with the diplomats. Everything remained under Warwick's direction. Diplomatically, this was a humiliation, both for France and for Warwick, who had promised the French a proper reception in London. In practice, though, it reinforced the perception that the young king did not know what he was doing. In fact, Edward had a clear plan. He appointed Rivers as the Crown's financial administrator, and the Queen's father quickly earned his substantial salary of over £1,000 a year. He and the king secured new lenders, most notably the Medici Bank. Here, Edward benefited from fortunate timing. The Pope had recently acquired large alum deposits, a mineral vital to Europe's economy. To maximize profits, he aimed to enforce a papal monopoly on alum across Christendom, which required cooperation with secular rulers. The Medici, as the Pope's bankers, were instrumental to this plan, and now they had a major presence in London. This was remarkable, given Italian bankers' previous disastrous experiences with English kings and the Medici's general aversion to lending to princes. The connection to the Medici Bank came via their man in Burgundy, who had ties to the ducal government. This represented a significant conflict of interest that caused deep concern in Florence. Edward, however, was undeterred. In his eyes, his alignment with Burgundy had already paid off. The Medici were now financially invested in the success of his reign. Warwick could argue that no formal treaty with Burgundy had yet been concluded. Duke Philip still opposed one. He could also point out that he had secured a new truce with France by March 1468 almost effortlessly, but it made no difference. Edward was convinced that his path was the right one, and he was the king. However, the negotiations with Burgundy were progressing too slowly for the king. And alongside Warwick, another culprit had come into focus: his brother George Neville, who served Edward as Chancellor. In 1465, George had been elevated to Archbishop of York and had hosted a lavish banquet to celebrate the occasion. Virtually every figure of rank and influence in England attended. It was at this event that young Richard made his debut as a member of the Kingmaker's household. But two key absentees spoke volumes: the King and Queen. The message could not have been clearer. There was a serious problem. Edward was well aware that Neville aspired to become a cardinal. Since the Pope required the English king's support to enforce his monopoly on alum, a papal promotion was within the realm of possibility. Yet Edward did not nominate Neville. Instead, he put forward Thomas Bourchier, Archbishop of Canterbury. The king was related to Bourchier, but then he was also related to Neville. Cecily Neville, Edward's mother, was George's aunt. Bourchier had once served as Chancellor under Henry VI, just as Neville held that same office under Edward. In truth, there was no strong reason for the king to favour Bourchier over Neville, unless Edward wished to send a deliberate signal, and if there had been any lingering doubt, the king dispelled it with his next action. When Bourchier's cardinalship was confirmed, Edward sent a copy of the appointment letter directly to George Neville. He must have known that the Archbishop would report the slight to his brother. It seems Edward regarded Neville not as an independent figure in his government, but as Warwick's mouthpiece, and he meant to correct that. The final escalation came in the spring of 1467. A Burgundian delegation had announced its arrival in England. The long-anticipated joust between Anthony Woodville and the Bastard of Burgundy was scheduled for the end of May and the beginning of June. Edward meticulously choreographed every detail of the visit, even ensuring that Warwick would be away on a diplomatic mission in France during the Burgundian stay. Yet George Neville, still acting in his official role as Chancellor, sent the king a formal letter outlining several protocol requirements. One of them insisted that the Burgundian escort be limited in size. Edward adhered to these stipulations, but responded with a letter of his own, expressing irritation that the Chancellor had written to him at all, particularly since Neville had been present when the terms of the visit were initially agreed upon. As part of the delegation's stay, Edward opened Parliament with the Burgundian envoys at his side as guests of honour. There was no sign of Neville. Officially, his absence was attributed to illness. But this explanation quickly unravelled. A few days later, Edward personally visited the Archbishop, accompanied by several high-ranking nobles, including loyal members of the Neville family. There, the king demanded that George Neville surrender the Great Seal of England. Neville complied. His tenure as Chancellor was over. Edward made his move while Warwick was out of the country. Clearly, he felt more secure acting in the Earl's absence. In his biography of the Kingmaker, Michael Hicks goes so far as to describe this maneuver as a coup. That may be overstating the case, but it was undeniably a decisive and symbolic break, one that placed Warwick and the king on an unmistakable collision course, especially since Edward didn't stop there. In Parliament, he pledged that henceforth he would live only off his own income. To achieve this, he would redistribute land in order to ease the financial burden on the crown. The legislation behind this move clearly favoured his brothers George and Richard. George, in particular, received a significant personal reward. Though only 17 years old, Edward had him declared of age. This allowed him to take direct possession of his inheritance. The estates of men like William Herbert remained untouched. Herbert had once been a subordinate of Warwick, but those days were long gone. Edward had made Herbert his strongman in Wales, at the expense of the Kingmaker. Herbert also held custody of the heir to the earldom of Richmond, a boy named Henry Tudor. John Tiptoft, who was even related to Warwick by marriage, had custody of Henry Percy, heir to the earldom of Northumberland. Herbert planned to marry both boys into his family and then convince the king to restore their titles and lands. He had influential supporters, including Margaret Beaufort, Henry Tudor's mother, and her then-husband, Henry Stafford. Tiptoft, the Earl of Worcester, was also receptive to the idea. But there was a problem. Warwick had appropriated large portions of the boys' estates. If their titles and possessions were restored, it would come at his expense. Even worse for Richard Neville than this looming threat was the immediate reality. Parliament was already reducing the lands of both him and his brother, and neither of them was present to raise an objection. George benefited immensely. Edward likely believed this redistribution was a clever political maneuver. Perhaps the idea was to turn the Kingmaker against his brother, thereby making any future marriage alliance between the two families impossible. If that was the king's hope, it was a serious miscalculation. While Warwick negotiated a highly advantageous trade treaty with France, the agreement ultimately proved worthless. Louis XI was almost certainly aware of the developments in Burgundy. Indeed, in June of 1467, he offered for the first time to broker a reconciliation between Warwick and Margaret of Anjou. Lancaster agents at the French court had long urged such a move and had reported on the growing rift between the Kingmaker and the monarch in London. It's telling that Louis also proposed French marriages, one for Margaret of York, another for Richard, Duke of Gloucester. The Milanese ambassador recorded that it was noted how George had been excluded. Louis allegedly commented that George was already taken. This suggests that the marriage between George and Isabel Neville may have been agreed upon by Warwick and the Duke of Clarence years before the actual wedding took place. Warwick returned to England at the end of June 1467, accompanied by a French delegation. The Burgundians had departed in haste just days earlier after news reached them of Duke Philip's death. Edward must have been quietly delighted. His ally, Charles, was now in power. The French envoys were lodged in the same quarters previously used by the Burgundians, which they could only interpret as an insult. They received few gifts, and to top it off, Edward served them Burgundy wine. According to Angelo Catto, who heard the story while still in Italy, Louis would never forget the slight. A spoiler for future videos. This wine may have played a symbolic role in 1483. Unsurprisingly, the French delegation left England empty-handed in July 1467. Louis was finished with Edward. The following year, he supported a half-hearted rebellion by Jasper Tudor, which was quickly crushed. Now more than ever, Louis was willing to reconcile the Kingmaker and Margaret of Anjou. Warwick, meanwhile, had retreated to his country estate after hearing what had transpired in his absence. It's unclear whether he yet knew that Edward had also signed a 30-year truce with Burgundy. But one thing must have been apparent. The king no longer considered him a serious political advisor or decision-maker. To borrow the words of Michael Hicks, the Nevilles' pacification of the North was a major achievement that secured Edward's throne. Henceforth, defence was no longer the priority. Ironically, the Nevilles' victory made them dispensable. Over the following years, the Kingmaker appeared at court from time to time, fulfilling ceremonial functions. He continued to host the king's favourites and played an active role in Richard's upbringing. Royal propaganda claimed that there had been a reconciliation between Edward and Warwick, but if that was true, it was only from the king's perspective. The Earl was seething. Historians have long debated when exactly Neville resolved to overthrow Edward. I believe it was the moment he returned to England in 1467 and saw what had happened while he was away. To some extent, the king may already have harboured suspicions. In any case, he instructed the aforementioned Tiptoft to tighten the tower's security around Henry VI. Tiptoft had been the fortress's constable since Edward's accession. This order may have been connected to rumours circulating in England that Margaret of Anjou was planning a new invasion. There was not a word of truth in them, but the mere suggestion was enough to prompt Edward, the following year, to redirect his small invasion fleet, originally intended for France, to patrol the Channel instead. In all likelihood, Edward had never seriously intended a large-scale invasion of France, even though Parliament expected one based on his promises. His real interest seems to have been in supporting the Duke of Brittany, but that issue had already been overtaken by events. Louis had launched an attack on the duchy the moment his truce with the Duke expired on the 15th of July, 1468. Edward, as an ally, was technically obligated to assist, but he only resolved to do so on the 3rd of August, by which point Brittany had already been forced to surrender. Edward's risky foreign policy was beginning to show clear signs of strain. The domestic situation wasn't much better. Outbreaks of unrest occurred repeatedly. Compared to the reign of Henry VI, little seemed to have improved. People claimed the current government was just as corrupt as the previous one, and the king was no better at maintaining law and order. The £18,000 that Parliament had granted him for war with France had been burned on a modest naval force that was now patrolling aimlessly, further fueling popular dissatisfaction. Edward's relationship with the Kingmaker hit a new low. Herbert had arrested agents of the Lancastrian cause who claimed that Warwick was in league with Margaret of Anjou. Edward allowed Warwick to interrogate the men himself. Warwick denied the allegations, and likely for good reason. At that point, he still stood to lose far more by aligning with Lancaster than by remaining within the Yorkist fold. For the time being, Edward accepted his explanation. What he didn't know was that Neville had already agreed with George that he would marry his eldest daughter, Isabel. Since the couple were too closely related, they needed a papal dispensation. George Neville, though recently deposed as Chancellor, was still Archbishop of York, and only too willing to help. George had grown weary of being treated as nothing more than a pawn in Edward's political chess game. The king placed the highest expectations on him, yet offered no real advancement or significant responsibilities. Edward, in anticipation of having sons, had named his eldest daughter Elizabeth of York as his heir after her birth. This insulted his brother, who now found himself sidelined by a girl. George, too, was ready for a change, and willingly grasped Warwick's outstretched hand. Together, the two men resolved to replace Edward with George, and Edward did everything in his power to assist them in their plan, though not knowingly. The marriage negotiations with Burgundy for his sister Margaret of York turned into a disaster. In order to pave the way for the union, the ongoing trade war first had to be brought to an end. To this end, Edward unilaterally lifted the sanctions that England had imposed on the duchy. He then accepted a trade agreement that placed his own kingdom at a massive disadvantage. As part of the marriage settlement, Edward also agreed to pay a dowry of 200,000 crowns to Duke Charles, 50,000 of which were due on the wedding day. He did not have the money. After the humiliating failure of the French expedition, there was no question of asking Parliament for assistance. Left with no other option, the king swallowed his pride and turned to Warwick for a loan. After all, he remained the richest nobleman in the realm. But the kingmaker refused. With no support from Warwick, Edward was forced to raise the necessary funds by selling political favours in exchange for loans from other lenders, thus weakening his position further. Charles repaid him by delivering the final blow to Edward's foreign policy. In the summer of 1468, the Duke concluded a fresh truce with France, and then signed a separate treaty in which both parties pledged not to support England in any way. By then, his marriage to Margaret of York had already been consummated for several months. Edward had thus given his sister's valuable hand in marriage to a man who turned on him at the first opportunity. For this, he had plunged himself into serious debt and accepted a trade treaty that was ruinous for English merchants. In the process, he had also alienated the very family that had once placed him on the throne. And across the kingdom, unrest was spreading. Did he ever glance toward the prisoner in the Tower and wonder whether, after all, he had done Henry VI a terrible wrong? And that was only the bad news Edward knew about. In March 1469, the Nevilles secured papal dispensation for the marriage of George, Duke of Clarence, and Isabel Neville. Whether the king was aware of this development at the time remains uncertain. However, as Michael Hicks notes, it is difficult to imagine that a matter so widely known across England could have escaped the king's attention. The wedding itself took place in Calais that summer, officiated by George Neville, Archbishop of York. A number of high-ranking guests were present. Among them was Cecily Neville, mother to both the bridegroom and the king. But one man was conspicuously absent: Richard, Duke of Gloucester. He had not yet turned 17, but Edward had already declared him of age. Having grown up in Warwick's household, Richard might well have felt a personal connection to the kingmaker and his family. It is inconceivable to me that Cecily could have attended the wedding without Richard being aware of it. Not after his long years at Middleham, and especially since Warwick intended him to marry his younger daughter, Anne. Far more likely is that Richard had already been forced to choose between his brothers and chose Edward. If so, then Edward certainly knew more than he let on. What he may not have believed, however, was that George would actually defy him and go through with the marriage. It was not illegal. Marriage fell under the jurisdiction of the church, not the crown, and the Pope had granted his blessing. George was of age. Edward, as head of the family, had forbidden the match, but this carried no legal weight. After the ceremony in Calais, George and the Nevilles crossed a threshold from which there could be no return. Across England, letters circulated from rebels and agitators calling for the removal of the Woodvilles. Warwick, his brother, and now his son-in-law endorsed these demands and added their own letter, a kind of political cover page. In it, they professed their loyalty to Edward and claimed their only goal was to rid the king of evil advisers and help him govern more wisely. There was no mention of placing George on the throne. Officially, Warwick presented his plan as a rerun of 1460, an effort to reform royal government in the name of the king. But in truth, he had a new 1461 in mind. What Edward did not know was just how thoroughly the rebellion against him had been prepared. One of its most prominent leaders went by the name Robin of Riedersdale, almost certainly a cover for Sir John Conyers, a loyal retainer of Warwick's at Middleham Castle. The Kingmaker had quietly orchestrated several uprisings across the realm to destabilize the king's position. To his dismay, it was his own brother, John Neville, who had crushed the first rising under the name of Robin of Riedersdale. But the second attempt proved far more effective. Riedersdale began stirring unrest in Yorkshire. Meanwhile, Warwick and George, still in possession of the loyal Calais garrison, prepared to land elsewhere. They chose Kent, a region already familiar with rebellion. A previous insurrection under the name Robin of Holderness had been beaten by the said John Neville, with Riedersdale barely escaping with his life. Though Holderness was executed, unrest in the region persisted. Edward found himself overwhelmed. In earlier times, he would have called upon Warwick to crush one faction while he dealt with the other. That was no longer an option. The king hesitated, remained passive for too long, and eventually dispatched an army northward under William Herbert, the Earl of Pembroke, Humphrey Stafford, Earl of Devon, and Richard Woodville, Earl Rivers. The Queen's younger brother, Sir John Woodville, also rode with them. Edward himself began mustering troops in the south, but kept delaying his departure. Warwick, still wildly popular among the commons for his warnings against Edward's foreign policy blunders, exploited this hesitation. Many flocked to his banner. He united with the Kentish rebels and quickly assembled a formidable force. In the north, the king's army suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of the insurgents. The Queen's father and brother were captured, subjected to hasty show trials, and executed. Herbert and Stafford also met their ends. Stafford, in particular, was lynched by an enraged mob. Edward had far too small an army to challenge either of the rebel forces, and then, suddenly, he found himself caught between them. They had outmaneuvered him. Their coordinated movements made one thing unmistakably clear. This was no coincidence. It was a trap. The only small comfort for Edward was that his wife and daughters, who should have been at his side, had managed to escape back to London. The king himself fell into the hands of the Kingmaker and his brother. They moved him between Warwick's various strongholds. He was meant to serve as a puppet for Neville's rule, just as Henry VI had once been. But Edward was not Henry. He refused to play the part. Now, everything in England hung in the balance. Thanks for watching, and as always, please like and subscribe. Edward IV is said to have seen his future queen for the first time beneath an oak tree, or so the legend goes. According to this account, Elizabeth Woodville waited there with her two sons, Thomas and Richard, for the young king, who was to pass along the path beside the fateful tree with his army. And so it supposedly happened. The king caught sight of the woman, then known as Lady Grey, whose beauty was already widely renowned. Edward could not resist her, but she refused him unless he married her. The young monarch complied, and in the eyes of many historians, sealed the fate of his own dynasty. Edward's eloquent biographer Charles Ross, for example, describes this as the first major blunder in the king's political career. However, the reality is not quite so simple. Welcome back to Lemmy History. This is episode 3 of 6 in my series, which is dedicated to the confrontation between Edward IV and Henry VI. As always in my series, all episodes can be understood independently of each other. The previous episodes are, of course, linked in the description. Before we can turn our attention to the new queen, however, we must consider the fate of the previous monarch. Margaret of Anjou was living in France with her son Edward, under the roof of her father, René. The new King Louis XI had originally promised her support in her efforts to restore her husband, Henry VI, to the English throne. Instead, however, he reached an agreement with the House of York. Margaret now had an opportunity to replace Louis with a monarch more sympathetic to her cause. In France, a rebel faction had formed calling itself the League of the Public Weal. Their goal was to depose Louis. Among its members were Margaret's father and brother, as well as the Duke of Brittany and Charles of Burgundy, who would inherit the ducal title from his father Philip a few years later. Margaret found herself drawn to the idea. She believed that the word of the French king could never be trusted. Moreover, a new plan had been forming in the Lancastrian camp, one that made the changing political landscape in France even more pressing. Edward of Westminster had now entered his teenage years and was nothing like his father. A Milanese embassy report from 1466 notes that the prince spoke only of war and beheading. Edward spent many hours each day enthusiastically training in the arts of combat. One of his instructors is said to have sighed and wished that the boy could show as much interest in studying law as he did in learning the craft of war. It was widely believed that Edward of Westminster would soon be far more capable than his father of leading the Lancastrian forces in battle. For that, however, he would need strong support from the European mainland. But then, two events occurred that changed everything. First, in 1464, the prince became so gravely ill that Margaret undertook a 46-mile or 74-kilometer pilgrimage to pray for his recovery. In 1467, he fell seriously ill again, probably from measles or smallpox. Support for him crumbled, as it was no longer certain he would live long enough to inherit the throne. Second, the rebellion failed to achieve its goal of overthrowing Louis. Although the insurgents managed to wrest some concessions from the French king, none of them concerned Margaret or her son. As a result, Henry VI remained the figurehead of the Lancastrian cause. During this period, he moved frequently through the borderlands between England and Scotland. No one knew exactly where he was. Margaret, however, received letters from him and was likely able to send letters in return. For the House of York, these developments were likely the best possible outcome. For the time being, there was no immediate threat from the deposed royal family. Edward IV believed that Henry was hiding in Scotland, possibly in a monastery. He now had the chance to devote himself to what many saw as the noblest duty of a king, securing his dynasty. This leads us back to the oak. It is said to have been a day in mid-April of 1464. In all likelihood, Edward did not arrive with the intention of getting married. Various matches had been considered for him over the course of his life. As a 3-year-old, for example, he was to be engaged to Madeline, a sister of Louis XI. In 1458, his name appeared in connection with a potential marriage to a daughter of the ruling house of Burgundy. In October of 1461, there was a proposal that Edward should marry Mademoiselle de Bourbon, a niece of the Duke of Burgundy. This was followed by the idea of linking Edward to the Scottish regent Mary of Guelders, which was quickly abandoned. From Castile came an offer to the English court suggesting that Edward marry the heir to the throne, Isabella. However, the English king rejected this, permanently antagonizing the Iberian ruler. Edward knew that he had to marry, but he seemed determined to delay that moment as long as possible. 3 theories are commonly offered to explain this, though none is entirely convincing. First, there may have been a secret marriage to Eleanor Butler. Robert Stillington would later testify to this. Second, Edward may simply have been unable to decide. He understood that the choice would ultimately be between Burgundy and France, and he wanted both as allies. Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick, negotiated on his behalf with the French, but Edward also remained in regular contact with Burgundy. Third, it is possible that he simply wished to enjoy his bachelorhood to the fullest. If we assume he used the prospect of marriage as a means to charm women into spending time with him, a publicly known marriage would have stripped him of this tactic. None of these explanations is entirely satisfactory. Stillington did not disclose the alleged connection to Eleanor Butler until 20 years later, and at a moment when the information carried the greatest possible political explosive power. Edward also appeared to have no hesitation in spontaneously choosing Elizabeth Woodville. He did not act with restraint on this matter. Even as a married man, he continued to enjoy the attentions of multiple women. As king, marriage did not mean he had to live monogamously. I believe Edward did not plan far in advance to marry Elizabeth Woodville, and that he may never have intended to make the secret marriage, held on May 1st, 1464, at Grafton Regis before 4 or 5 witnesses, public at all. But then, the monarch seems to have recognized that marrying Elizabeth could be the perfect match for him in its own way. We will explore this in more detail later in the video. For now, it is enough to note Elizabeth herself. She was unlike any woman Edward had ever encountered. She came to him as a supplicant, but refused his offer to become his lover. At one meeting before the wedding, even a dagger is said to have played a role, though whether this is true, and if so, who held it, remains a matter of debate. Elizabeth challenged him, in the best sense of the word. She said no to a man who rarely heard that word. She also understood politics. Elizabeth was entangled in a dispute with the relatives of her late husband, Sir John Grey, over lands meant for her sons. Grey had died fighting for the House of Lancaster at the Second Battle of St. Albans in 1461. Elizabeth had originally appealed to Edward's closest friend, William Hastings. His help came at a price. She had to either marry one of her sons to a female relative of Hastings or pay him 250 marks. Although she agreed to this deal, she bypassed Hastings and went directly to the king. This made it clear that the agreement with Edward's best friend was only her plan B. It also gave the monarch the opportunity to play the savior and to continue his policy of national reconciliation. The king wanted both. According to the sources, which are unanimous on this point, Elizabeth was well aware of her own appeal to men. Her cool, commanding eyes are frequently mentioned in this context. She presented herself as something Edward had to earn. Her plea was not, in her view, a matter between man and woman, but a petition from subject to sovereign. If he wanted her, he would have to pay a different price. Without question, Edward knew that he was pushing boundaries. I covered the wedding in detail in my video on the marriages of the York brothers, so I won't repeat all of that here. Instead, I recommend watching that video. And by the way, since YouTube has changed its algorithm, I'm now asking for likes and subscriptions here in the middle of the video, along with turning on the little bell icon so you don't miss any of my uploads. These things count now more than ever. In short, Edward was in Stony Stratford and told his companions he was going hunting alone, but in reality, he went to meet, marry, and consummate his marriage to Elizabeth. This cloak and dagger behavior could hardly have had any purpose other than to avoid the general outcry he expected once the public, and especially the nobility, learned of a bride so far beneath him on the social ladder. Her family was widely loathed by Yorkist loyalists, and no one knew that better than Edward himself, who, just 4 years earlier, had mocked and humiliated Elizabeth's imprisoned father in Calais. Though their relationship had since been repaired, Sir Richard Woodville had been a member of Edward's Privy Council since 1463. Having switched sides after Towton, the memory had not faded. Still, no one had forgotten that both Sir Richard and his eldest son, Anthony, had once fought against Edward. In truth, Elizabeth would not even have been considered a suitable bride for a duke, especially since the family had caused unrest among the political elite with a tangible scandal long before a King Edward IV was even imaginable. Elizabeth's mother, Jacquetta of Luxembourg, had originally been married to John, Duke of Bedford. He was one of the brothers of Henry V and served as regent in France for the underage Henry VI. After John's death, she married Richard Woodville, a man of the lower landed gentry, purely for love. He was, in truth, little more than a squire, knighted solely because of his wife in order to maintain appearances. Nothing more than a squire, Warwick is said to have etched in Calais. Today, we often refer to Elizabeth as the first English queen to come from the common people. This, however, is not entirely accurate. Her mother belonged to the high nobility and for a time was the second most important woman in the kingdom after Queen Margaret of Anjou. But through her paternal line, there was indeed a kernel of truth to the claim. Jacquetta and Richard had 17 children, 14 of whom survived into adulthood. Elizabeth was the eldest of them all. Her oldest surviving brother was Anthony, 3 to 4 years younger than she. He was roughly the same age as Edward, which may have contributed to the fast-growing friendship and trust between the two men. Anthony was also the only sibling in the family, besides Elizabeth herself, who was already married at the time of her secret wedding to the king. Even that had been close. Anthony married Elizabeth Scales in April of 1461 at the latest, and thus could be addressed as Lord Scales. She died in 1473, and Anthony never remarried. In other words, the new queen had 12 unmarried siblings. This fact would soon become significant because marrying one of the Woodville children now meant forging a direct connection to the royal family. The nobility found themselves confronted with a difficult choice: either marry beneath their rank to become kin to the king, or risk finding themselves in opposition to him. Edward revealed his marriage to Elizabeth Woodville in September of 1464 at a meeting of his Privy Council at Reading Abbey. The reaction among those present was sheer horror. The Burgundian chronicler Jean de Warren is not typically regarded as the most reliable source. Yet in this case, he seems to have accurately captured the mood of Edward's advisers. They answered that she was not his match, however good and however fair she might be, and he must know well that she was no wife for a prince such as himself. Edward was not impressed. He ordered that his new wife be brought to him immediately. On September the 29th, 1464, it was Warwick and Edward's brother George who escorted Elizabeth to the king. The notion that the so-called kingmaker, Richard Neville, opposed the new queen from the beginning is an invention of later centuries. While he was certainly no friend of the match, he was far more troubled by another detail. He had been kept entirely in the dark. John, Lord Wenlock, noted in a letter just days later that the monarch had kept the marriage very secret, even from his closest advisors. Warwick now understood that he did not have Edward's full confidence, and worse, the king was perfectly willing to humiliate him on the international stage. After all, Warwick had been in the middle of negotiations with France for Edward's hand. At the same time, Wenlock had been speaking to Burgundy about a similar proposal. The 22-year-old monarch had disavowed both men. Wenlock's private reaction to the fateful council meeting has come down to us in a remarkably candid remark: "We have to be patient, despite ourselves." For Warwick, it only got worse. Edward began aggressively marrying off Elizabeth's numerous siblings to members of the high nobility. He had decided that England's great families could choose whether to accept these unions or risk the consequences of refusing. The pressure was immense. Elizabeth's sister Catherine was married to Henry Stafford, Duke of Buckingham, who at the time was only 9 years old. Warwick, who had just 2 daughters, had long hoped to secure similar matches for his own family and was now being passed over. He approached Edward with a proposal that one or even both of the king's brothers marry his daughters. Edward declined. Since Edward could no longer wed a foreign princess himself, he looked for suitable alliances for George and Richard. For his youngest brother Richard, he is said to have considered a French princess. In 1468, the Milanese ambassador to the court of Louis XI reported that the lady in question suffered from scoliosis, something she shared with her potential husband. But the most notorious of the Woodville marriages was yet to come. Elizabeth's brother John, just 20 years old, was married to Catherine Neville, who was around 65. The union became known to contemporaries as the Devilish Wedding. Notably, such age differences provoked little outrage when the roles were reversed. The nobility could see what was coming. The council's first action at Reading was therefore understandable. Its members scrambled to find a legal means of declaring Edward's marriage invalid. But they failed. The wedding was a fait accompli, as they were finally forced to acknowledge. From the beginning of Edward's reign, Robert Stillington had been a member of the council, present in his capacity as Lord Privy Seal. Based on his later statements, he could have spoken up then and eased the Baron's concerns. His silence can be interpreted 2 ways. Either Stillington deliberately concealed knowledge of a secret marriage to Eleanor Butler in order to avoid becoming Edward's enemy, because the chance of being hailed as a hero of the Lords was not enough to outweigh that risk. Or more simply, there was no prior marriage to Eleanor Butler, and Stillington had nothing to say. There has been speculation that Stillington could have dropped a quiet hint that Edward was already legally married. But Edward was no fool. If such a secret marriage to Eleanor did exist, Stillington would have been the only witness. It would not have required much detective work to identify the source. What matters most is this: Edward recognized Elizabeth as his wife and queen for the rest of his life, and as long as he lived, no one publicly questioned the validity of their marriage. Ricardians have often been tempted to deny the legitimacy of the union. John Ashdown Hill, for instance, pointedly titled his biography of Elizabeth Edward's chief mistress. But from a legal standpoint, this is incorrect. The Church also recognized the marriage as valid, and only the Church could have declared it invalid. Henry VIII, incidentally, may be consulted as an expert on that issue. That never happened. In short, while Edward lived, the validity of his marriage to Elizabeth was never questioned publicly. And even after his death, it was never legally annulled, not even by the Titulus Regius Statute of 1484. I will therefore continue to treat the marriage as valid. That said, the Woodvilles endured considerable hostility. They were accused of enriching themselves through royal patronage at the expense of the crown. To this day, the image of the greedy Woodvilles persists. Yet modern historical scholarship has revised this view. As Charles Ross has written, "Yet Edward did little to advance the material interests of the Queen's relatives. Certainly, with the partial exception of her father, they never enjoyed the lavish patronage in land, wardship, and profitable offices which had so benefited the Neville family and men like Hastings and Herbert in the early years of the reign." The only person said to have erupted directly at Edward over the wedding was his mother, Cecily. According to Thomas More, she berated her son for having sullied his kingship by marrying Elizabeth. A very dubious tradition even claims she threatened to publicly brand Edward as illegitimate. He resolved the family dispute swiftly by granting his mother the following title: Cecily, late wife of Richard, the rightful King of England. Back to reading. At the beginning of October 1464, John, Lord Wenlock, had the unenviable task of writing to King Louis of France. The French king had been expecting an English embassy to continue negotiations for an alliance, one that was to be cemented by Edward's marriage to a French princess. That possibility was now definitively off the table. Even so, Louis did not sever ties with Edward. He remained eager to maintain friendly relations with the English crown. Still, he reportedly received a letter from Warwick not long after the council at Reading, in which the Earl spoke of a break with Edward and hinted at promising developments to come. According to the Milanese ambassador, Louis believed that Neville would depose Edward and take the throne himself. The French king even referred to Warwick as the best and truest friend in the world. But the good news never arrived. Warwick, at least outwardly, calmed down. This may have had something to do with Elizabeth herself. She could not easily be blamed for her husband's actions. From the first day, she embraced her role as queen and fulfilled its expectations with dignity and competence, making a sharp contrast to Margaret of Anjou. The fact that she became pregnant soon after the marriage certainly helped matters. In short, Edward's marriage did not damage his standing with the French king. Louis had no reason to oppose him openly, especially as Edward's domestic enemies were now aligned with the Lancastrians. And Louis, for all his ambitions, was in no position to challenge the English monarch directly. Relations with Burgundy were far more delicate. Through her mother, Elizabeth Woodville had distant ties to the Burgundian ruling house. Jacques of Luxembourg, the Queen's uncle, was often invited to represent Burgundy at official occasions. Still, these familial links were far too weak to serve as a meaningful foundation for an alliance. At the time, tensions between Edward and Duke Philip of Burgundy were running high. England exported significantly more goods to Burgundy than it imported. In retaliation, Philip had halted all imports of English textiles and ordered that any such goods found in his domain be confiscated. This embargo targeted a key English industry and threatened to cause serious damage to the realm's economy. English merchants were furious. They blamed Edward personally for the escalation, claiming he had delayed talks to renew the expiring trade treaty for far too long. They demanded decisive action and urged the king to retaliate by permanently banning all Burgundian imports. Edward hesitated for months. In early summer 1465, he finally responded. but not in the way his merchants had hoped. He issued a temporary embargo on Burgundian goods, stipulating that it would last only as long as he saw fit. More controversially, he reserved the right to issue import licenses. In effect, this allowed Edward to profit handsomely by selling access to the embargoed market. Given this tense economic standoff, it would have been diplomatically impossible for Edward to marry a high-ranking Burgundian noblewoman. In contrast, his choice of Elizabeth Woodville was far more practical. It allowed for informal lines of communication with the ducal court, without requiring a binding political alliance. A prime example of this softer diplomacy was the highly publicized tournament held in England between Anthony Woodville and Antoine, the bastard of Burgundy. It demonstrated that even amid political tensions, friendly relations could be maintained on the surface. In the end, Edward's marriage was not cause for any foreign power to re-evaluate its relationship with England. It created no serious diplomatic fallout abroad. But let us return to the matter of the marriage itself, an event that ultimately provoked resistance within England. There has long been speculation about why Edward chose to marry Elizabeth Woodville. Even during his lifetime, the prevailing explanation was simple: love and desire. Edward had a reputation as a womanizer, and the union was widely seen as a romantic impulse rather than a political calculation. Today, historians have proposed other motives. One recurring theme is the Woodville family's Lancastrian associations. While they were not part of the high Lancastrian nobility, they had nevertheless aligned with that side during the conflict. Marrying Elizabeth, therefore, allowed Edward to send a symbolic message of reconciliation, without raising suspicion that he himself was defecting to the enemy. This set her apart from figures like Eleanor Butler, daughter of John Talbot, Earl of Shrewsbury, who was far more deeply rooted in the Lancastrian peerage. Elizabeth also came with other advantages. Her mother, Jacquetta of Luxembourg, was of the highest noble birth and had proven her fertility by producing a large number of surviving children. Elizabeth herself had already borne sons, an asset for any would-be queen. Edward IV, like most successful kings, relied heavily on men who owed everything to him. William Hastings and William Herbert were classic examples of such creations. The Woodvilles fit this mold perfectly. Edward knew that a foreign match was not feasible. Burgundy was off the table due to the ongoing trade war. France was in a state of unrest owing to the League of the Public Weal, and King Louis was known for his political volatility. He had even granted Margaret of Anjou and her son safe refuge in France. Meanwhile, the English public, scarred by the memory of Margaret, was deeply resistant to the idea of another French queen. Marrying Elizabeth thus allowed Edward to avoid offending either Burgundy or France. He still had his two brothers, George and Richard, available for foreign marriage alliances if needed. What likely happened is this: Edward never originally intended to make his marriage to Elizabeth public. Passion and affection may have led him to wed her in secret, but given her relatively low status, he could always plausibly deny the union if it became inconvenient. And given his reputation, most people would have believed him. Over time, however, Edward came to see that the Woodvilles were politically useful. They were wholly dependent on him and therefore unlikely to betray him. Elizabeth, moreover, had a vast number of siblings, ideal material for forging new marital alliances with the nobility. This would give Edward a way to pacify, or at least manage, the realm's great families. And since Elizabeth was already a widow, the usual scrutiny surrounding a noblewoman's virginity was irrelevant in her case. Edward was fully aware that his choice of wife would meet with fierce opposition, but he saw so many advantages that he ultimately chose to publicly acknowledge the marriage. At first glance, Elizabeth did not offend the political establishment to such a degree that open rebellion seemed likely. Meanwhile, she gave Edward the opportunity to build an entirely new network of relationships that would not have been available to him through traditional channels. Naturally, this did not mean the Woodvilles were free from controversy. Queen Elizabeth's mother, Jacquetta of Luxembourg, was particularly prone to it. In one notorious case, she is said to have orchestrated a prosecution for high treason against the former mayor of London, Sir Thomas Cook. His crime? Buying a luxurious wall hanging that Jacquetta had also wanted and not selling it to her for cheap. Her household reportedly ransacked his home, emptied his wine cellar, and made off with valuables. Though Cook was the actual victim, he was convicted, not of treason, but of a lesser charge. He was fined 8,000 marks, but the value of his stolen property, estimated at over 14,000 marks, was deducted from the total. In the end, he paid nothing at all. This infuriated Jacquetta, who persuaded Edward to dismiss his Chief Justice, Sir John Markham, for presiding over the trial. Edward had also pressured juries in the case, replacing several when they hesitated to indict Cook for treason. This was without doubt a disgraceful episode, but it was not uncommon for the time. More significantly, it showed that the judicial system retained a degree of autonomy, even when the Queen's family was involved. Edward clearly supported his in-laws, but his support had limits. He dismissed judges and tampered with juries, but when the final verdict fell short of what Jacquetta wanted, he allowed it to stand. In Edward IV's England, loyal subjects enjoyed a considerable degree of autonomy, but that autonomy always had its boundaries, whether one was Warwick, a Woodville, Cecily Neville, or one of the King's brothers. Richard understood this far better than George, but that is a subject for another day. Edward's marriage brought especially grim news for the House of Lancaster. Though the king had not secured a grand foreign alliance, neither had he made any powerful enemies. Domestically, his union with Elizabeth Woodville signaled that Edward IV was genuinely willing to extend trust to former Lancastrian supporters. And it was clear that this marriage would quickly produce heirs, further solidifying the Yorkist line. Meanwhile, Henry and Margaret's resources, financial, political, and human, were nearly exhausted. Henry, still a fugitive, spent more than one night sleeping under the stars. In later years, many stories would circulate about where he had been during the year he had disappeared from public view. But eventually, fortune abandoned him. On the 13th of July, 1465, Henry dined with a small group at the home of Sir Richard Tempest. Officially, he was merely a mysterious guest of high rank seeking shelter. In reality, Tempest likely knew full well whom he was hosting. It was a simple dinner. The group had only just begun eating when the calm was shattered. A sudden commotion, armed men storming the house. They were led by Richard's brother, John Tempest, and his brother-in-law, Thomas Talbot. What Henry and his party did not realize was that many more men had already been concealed within the walls of the house. According to Henry's pious biographer, the priest John Blackman, the king had foreseen his capture 2 weeks before it occurred. Whether this is true remains uncertain. So too does the identity of his betrayer. Some chronicles speak of a mysterious black-robed monk who approached Edward's agents. Today, suspicion often falls on Richard Tempest himself. Perhaps he hoped to make peace with the Yorkist regime. His family was indeed richly rewarded with lands soon afterward. In time, Richard Tempest would become a loyal supporter of Richard III. The raid was meant to take place while Henry's companions were distracted, but their vigilance proved formidable. Loyal to the end, they stood between the attackers and their king, buying precious time. Henry fled the house, but his escape was cut off at a river. There, He was finally captured. The fallen king was delivered to Warwick, who triumphantly paraded him through the streets of London, an unmistakable declaration that the House of Lancaster was finished. Edward IV chose to imprison Henry in the Tower. He likely balked at the idea of killing a king anointed by God. He also knew that Henry's son, Edward of Westminster, was cut from a very different cloth than his father. If he were to execute Henry of Windsor, as Yorkist sources now called him, he risked making the fiery young prince a rallying figure for the Lancastrian cause. Overall, Edward had every reason to be pleased. The royal treasury and his personal coffers were growing. His beautiful queen was pregnant. His deposed rival was in his custody, delivered by none other than Warwick. The apparent rupture between king and kingmaker, sparked by Edward's secret marriage, seemed to have healed. King Louis XI of France was eager for an alliance, and relations with Burgundy were gradually warming. Duke Philip's son, Charles, had convinced his father that France posed a far greater threat to Burgundy than England ever would. At home, the political temperature had warmed noticeably. But it was precisely the Queen's pregnancy that stirred fresh unrest. Until now, Edward's brother George had been the heir to the throne. If Elizabeth were to bear a son, George would lose that privileged status. He began to ask himself what role remained for him, and he was not alone in that concern. Warwick, too, was uneasy. He disliked the idea that he and his family now had to earn the king's favor. Edward's secret marriage had not only humiliated him publicly, but also proved that the king was prepared to ignore his counsel entirely. What's more, Edward seemed to value future loyalty over past service. There was no guarantee that Warwick would always remain the most powerful man in England. But Warwick, vain and proud, was not a man to accept demotion quietly. Thank you for watching. As always, please like and subscribe. In the late summer of 1469, England had two kings anointed by God, and both were in captivity. Henry VI had been an involuntary guest in the Tower of London for several years. His successor, Edward IV, had fallen into the trap of his former closest advisor, the so-called kingmaker Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick. The latter made common cause with George, the monarch's brother. Edward had surrendered to Warwick's brother George Neville when the situation became militarily hopeless. At the beginning of August 1469, he faced the two men who wanted to take away his throne. They imprisoned the king in various castles. Edward was at Middleham most of the time. However, George and Warwick quickly realized that they had made a catastrophic mistake in their plans. They had overlooked the fact that there was another decisive player on the field, and it was they who had given him freedom, which now took revenge. Richard, Duke of Gloucester. Welcome or welcome back to Lemmy History. This is episode 5 of 6 in my series, which is dedicated to the confrontation between Edward IV and Henry VI. As always in my series, all episodes can be understood independently of each other. The previous episodes are, of course, linked in the description. Today it's about a man who for a long time seemed to be nothing more than a supporting actor in the history of the Wars of the Roses and the House of York. But Edward had already determined well before the open rebellion of the Kingmaker and his other brother that Richard was suitable for higher tasks. He had this advantage over Warwick and George. In this way, he bound his youngest brother closely to him. This helped Richard to a rapid rise and resulted in his brilliant fall. But first things first. Warwick and George had clearly not worked out a scenario in the event that Edward would simply surrender to them peacefully. The preparations for a concrete deposition of the monarch were inadequate. The documents of the rebels compared Edward to the three kings who had lost office: Edward II, Richard II, and Henry VI. The Milanese ambassador also reported on the French court, which Warwick Edward wanted to brand as illegitimate. He was not the son of Richard of York, but the product of an affair between Cecily Neville and an archer named Blayborn. George is therefore the rightful king. Although this claim was also spread in England, it found little resonance. Warwick's own propaganda had praised Edward as a legitimate son 10 years earlier in order to set him apart from the Lancaster heir. People wondered if he had lied then, or if he was doing it now. The only discernible effect was that Cecily Neville showed no public support for the kingmaker and her son. Her honor was dragged through the mud, and she reacted accordingly. Edward himself had also understood that he had an interesting opportunity. Warwick and George were aiming for a change of king, but they had not come to England with this promise. Rather, they wanted to help him govern better and free him from his nefarious advisors. Edward IV was always at his best when his opponents underestimated him. His cousin and brother were to learn this the hard way. The king took her at her word. He had no problem convening Parliament when Warwick demanded it. The lords and the people should, of course, have the chance to discuss the situation of the country in a public forum. However, he refused to sign anything that would be a direct exercise of royal power. If Warwick and George only wanted to be advisors, he would listen to them and agree to good advice, but no more. In other words, if the kingmaker and the monarch's brother wanted to rule, they had to do it without him. Anyone who thought that the country was unstable before would quickly be able to convince themselves of what it would be like without a king. Edward's calculation worked. Barons got into a fierce dispute. There were riots in London. The mayor had a letter read out in which Charles of Burgundy threatened the people if they abandoned the king. The monarch's brother-in-law had witnessed how his brave new connection with France had broken down again after only months. The idea that Warwick was the strong man in England he hated also frightened him. His love for France was widely known. Although Charles's wife called Margaret George her favourite brother and was probably open to the idea of him coming to the throne, her husband didn't want to know anything about it. John Neville renounced any allegiance to the kingmaker. And even worse, a rebellion for Henry VI broke out on the Scottish border. This was instigated by another Neville relative. Actually, the uprising was so small that it was not a serious threat. But Warwick could not recruit men to strike him down. No one followed his banner as long as he held the king captive. His nefarious advisors were dead, trapped or on the run, they argued. So what else is this supposed to do? Anarchic conditions spread in more and more parts of the country. From the circle of barons, there is a testimony of how they thought of a government of George and Warwick. Not a good idea. The men, therefore, turned against the only person against whom they seemed to be able to do something: Jacquetta of Luxembourg, the king's mother. A former sheriff named Thomas Wake, who was one of the kingmaker's followers, accused her of witchcraft. She had enchanted Edward so that he would marry Elizabeth Woodville. The former Duchess of Bedford therefore came to court. It was an adventurous charge that led to nothing and finally ended in an acquittal. But it was more intended to replace the failed narrative of Edward's unworthy ancestry with another in order to justify one's own steps. In a perfect scenario for George and Neville, Edward would have fallen in battle. The king's brother could then have taken over the crown as a judgment of God. Alternatively, Edward could have fled and abdicated. In the worst case, it should have been used like Henry VI once did. The fact that Edward allowed himself to be captured without a fight, but did not cooperate, exceeded the expectations of Warwick and George. Edward understood all this clearly, even as he stood before his prison guards. He also knew that Parliament would not appoint a regent to govern in his place. In general, that task fell to the king himself, and he refused to delegate it. Parliament had taken such a step only once before, and that was when Henry VI had become unresponsive. There was no question of that in Edward's case. He was in full possession of his mental faculties. Parliament was aware that Warwick and George had staged popular uprisings to seize power. That was no basis upon which to appoint one of them as regent. A return of Henry VI to the throne was out of the question. Warwick was, at that very moment, attempting to recruit troops to put down an uprising in Henry's name. In the event of an emergency, Parliament would instead turn to another man, Edward's youngest brother, Richard. He was approaching his 17th birthday and had remained steadfastly loyal to the king. For this reason, Warwick and George could not simply kill Edward and claim the crown for the elder of the monarch's two brothers. In such a scenario, the crown would technically pass to Edward's eldest daughter, Elizabeth. However, this was unrealistic given the situation of the Woodville family. The new head of the family was Anthony, who had also fallen into the hands of Warwick and George, but had managed to escape from his guards in Norwich and was now in hiding. More realistically, the country would be forced to choose between the brother who had killed the king and the brother who had remained loyal to him. Richard was still very young, but he had already proven himself. Edward had launched his active political career in 1468, when he appointed the then 15-year-old Richard to a series of special courts. At that time, George and Warwick were still by Edward's side. Simultaneously, the king began to endow Richard with additional estates. However, Richard's most important role up to that point came during the treason trial of Sir Thomas Hungerford and Henry Courtenay. The two were accused of conspiring against the king on behalf of Margaret of Anjou. Warwick and the Queen's father were also part of the court, but Richard, as the royal prince, played a central role. Just 2 months after his 16th birthday, Richard delivered the harshest sentence against the two defendants, without batting an eye. His personality began to reveal itself during this period. Heralds acting in his name were strictly forbidden from speaking ill of people or places. They were also required to report any of their colleagues who did so. Richard declared that he would personally punish them in the manner they deserved. Warwick and George had initiated a judicial review of a verdict delivered by one of Richard's judges. The Duke of Gloucester allowed the process to continue even after the two men lost power, demonstrating his personal commitment to justice. Much of Richard's seemingly contradictory nature was already evident at this stage. He did not shy away from violence when he deemed it necessary, yet he demanded ideals of chivalry even in the language used by his subordinates. Edward therefore spent more and more time with his brother, whom he saw as tough but worthy. Fear was alien to Richard. When the king asked Richard to accompany him against the rebels in the summer of 1469, he dropped everything to stand by his side. However, he quickly realized he lacked the funds to equip himself and sent a pleading letter to a subordinate asking for a loan. In other words, Richard fulfilled the high expectations that Edward had once placed in George. Accordingly, the king increasingly relied on his youngest brother. They spent most of 1469 together until Edward's capture. At that moment, Richard was at the king's side. We can only reconstruct what happened next from the sources, since the Duke of Gloucester becomes difficult to trace during Edward's captivity. Warwick and George apparently let Richard and Hastings go without resistance. They either underestimated Richard as a threat or even believed he might be on their side. What they did not know was that Richard carried a letter from Edward authorizing him to raise troops in the king's name. The monarch's brother and his closest friend immediately set to work. Where Warwick had failed, They succeeded. Thousands of men rallied to their cause. Meanwhile, the uprising in the north continued. Faced with this situation, Warwick and George were forced to pull the emergency brake. In September, Edward reappeared in public. With the king now visibly restored to authority, the kingmaker was finally able to muster troops and suppress the northern rebellion. Edward personally witnessed the execution of the rebel leaders in York. Whether he was already entirely free at this point remains a matter of dispute. Edward was transferred to Pontefract in September, and deliberately so. It was there that he learned Richard and Hastings were now leading a sizable army in his name. The situation for Warwick and George had now become not only untenable, but life-threatening. The king appealed to both men to put an end to this dishonorable state of affairs. They were welcome to resume their roles as royal advisors, nothing more. To this end, Edward wrote to all his major barons, summoning them to Pontefract. Richard appeared with several hundred soldiers from the army. When the startled Warwick and George asked why an army had entered the castle, the king explained matter-of-factly that it was his escort back to London. Faced with superior numbers, George and Neville realized that this was, under the circumstances, an entirely reasonable explanation. They were permitted to enter London ceremoniously alongside Edward in mid-October, but as marginal figures. At the king's side rode Richard, and while Edward still referred to Neville and his brother publicly as his best friends, a different reality was becoming clear along the road to London. Warwick's brother, George Neville, Archbishop of York and the Earl of Oxford, received a message from the king instructing them not to come to London until he summoned them personally. Times had changed. This was especially true for Richard. Following the deaths of Herbert and the Queen's father, Edward had to fill several key positions. His youngest brother was appointed Constable of England, a role for which Anthony Woodville had also been considered. Richard also received various assignments in Wales. There was a new number 2 in England, and his name was Richard. Edward then set out to dismantle the Neville's power base. In doing so, he made a mistake that could have far-reaching consequences, though it was likely unavoidable. To weaken the family's dominance in the north, the king had to revive their old rivals, the Percys. Warwick was given a relatively insignificant naval command. He was tasked with patrolling the Channel. Meanwhile, Edward released Henry Percy, a former supporter of Lancaster, who pledged allegiance to the king and was restored to the earldom of Northumberland. That title had, until then, been held by John Neville, who had shown unwavering loyalty to Edward. In effect, the king was punishing the one Neville who had earned reward. To compensate, Edward granted John extensive lands and titles in the south. He also hinted at a prospective marriage between John Neville's son and his own daughter, Elizabeth. A Neville might yet come to sit on the throne of England. In Calais, Edward allowed Warwick's trusted ally Wenlock to remain in office, but quietly replaced several other commanders in the garrison. The kingmaker remained unaware. Edward also supported Richard in his territorial disputes. One such conflict with Thomas Stanley, Warwick's brother-in-law, came into public view. Edward distrusted the powerful magnate and deployed Richard as his watchdog. Richard took the role to heart. He became the king's ears, eyes, and voice. Warwick and George had escaped with their lives, their freedom, their property, and their titles, but that did not mean they had reclaimed their former influence. And both men understood this. When Edward summoned them to court, George refused to appear. It remains unclear whether this was an act of defiance or a sign that he feared his brother had changed his mind about life and liberty. It was a new conspiracy with Warwick that made George reconsider. Both men were dissatisfied with the role they had been relegated to After the king had slipped from their grasp, they therefore planned a new attempt, this time with a more decisive outcome. Toward the end of 1469, a fresh wave of unrest erupted, one in which their involvement would later become all too clear. But Edward was no longer the man he had been 6 months earlier. At that time, he had remained passive for far too long. Now, suppressing rebellions had become his favorite pursuit. The king ordered his trusted allies to raise troops. It was telling that George and Warwick were not among those summoned. Instead, they had to offer their support to reinforce the royal army. Edward accepted, at least on the surface. In the spring of 1470, tensions escalated in Lincolnshire. A council meeting was convened, which George pointedly avoided at first. The uprising was led by a man named Richard, Lord Wells, who had begun by attacking and plundering the home of a royal retainer. His father had fallen at Towton, and now he openly defied the king's authority. Wells had been visited by George's chaplain, who assured him of the secret backing of the king's brother. Wells was to gather rebels in the north. Edward would march out to confront them. Meanwhile, George and Warwick would advance from the south, ostensibly to support the king's forces. In reality, they intended to trap Edward's army between their two forces and annihilate it. Edward was to die, and almost certainly everyone with him. That included Richard. Wells, however, grew uneasy. Alongside Thomas Dimmock, another rebel leader, he sought out Edward and warned him of what was truly afoot. Yet the king did not know whether he could trust their words. After all, it was easy enough to accuse George and Warwick, especially after the events of the previous year, in order to fracture the royal party. Still, Edward chose to pardon the two men, though he kept them close under watch. In the north, despite Wells' warnings, a fresh rebellion flared, this time under the leadership of his son, Sir Robert. The younger Wells had been persuaded by George that everything was under control. Edward responded with a harsh ultimatum. The rebels were to disband immediately and accept the king's pardon, or he would execute the two men in his custody. Technically, they were not guilty of any crime, having already been pardoned, but Edward had lost faith in such technicalities. He likely assumed that the threat alone would suffice. He was wrong. The rebellion had taken on a life of its own. It was no longer simply the work of Warwick and George's partisans. Many of the insurgents were disaffected men with grievances of their own. They had no intention of laying down their arms. Edward now faced some 30,000 rebels, outnumbering his army several times over. But the king possessed something his enemies lacked: artillery. For the insurgents, it became a race against time. They hoped to hold off an assault until the ultimatum had passed. In the meantime, they expected Warwick and George to arrive and attack Edward from the rear. The king had Richard and Hastings at his side, but the rebels hoped in vain. When the deadline expired, Edward had the two prisoners led out in view of the rebel army and executed. Then he gave the order to open fire. His cannons tore into the densely packed ranks. It was a massacre. Yorkist propaganda would later claim that the king had tried to spare as many as possible. That was likely a lie. Edward IV had lost all patience and all appetite for mercy. Among the dead, his men found letters and documents that left no doubt. George and Warwick were the architects of the uprising. Without delay, Edward turned his army and marched directly on his so-called allies. His force was now larger than theirs, especially as their troops began to melt away like snow in the sun, hearing not only of the rout, but also of the damning evidence discovered on the battlefield. George and his father-in-law had only one option left: to run for their lives. That they managed to keep them was due solely to Edward's army being unfit for an immediate pursuit to the coast. His troops needed to pause and resupply. This brief window allowed Warwick, George, their families, and their senior commanders to flee. Isabel Neville was heavily pregnant during the escape. Most of the troops who had followed them were not so fortunate. Edward's army caught and crushed them. The prisoners were handed over to John Tiptoft, who condemned them as traitors. But that wasn't enough for him. Their bodies were impaled, left as a brutal warning. Soon after, Warwick and George must have felt they had only postponed the inevitable. Calais, long their stronghold, was to be their refuge, but they were met not with sanctuary, but with cannon fire. Due to Edward's earlier reshuffle of the garrison's leadership, the troops remained loyal to the crown, regardless of Wenlock's authority as nominal commander. Amid the chaos, Isabel lost her child. At least a message was smuggled out to Warwick. Calais was no longer safe. But King Louis XI of France might offer them shelter. Unfortunately, Louis was unaware of this suggestion and uninterested in hosting new English exiles. The last thing he wanted was a fresh wave of troublemakers, especially ones hated by other Britons. He feared that Warwick's presence would unite Edward and Burgundy against him, or spark violence between Lancastrian and Neville partisans on French soil. Then Warwick took a desperate risk. He turned to piracy, raiding the coast and even seizing ships from the Hanseatic League. This disrupted trade and provoked swift retaliation. English and Burgundian fleets began hunting him. His ships would be sunk sooner or later. Louis, seeing just how desperate Neville and George had become, saw an opportunity. He allowed them to land discreetly at Honfleur, far from Calais and for the moment out of sight. Then the French king made the same suggestion he had made months before, an alliance between the House of Lancaster and Warwick. This time, Warwick agreed. But the wounds were deep. Mistrust ran high. For weeks, direct talks were impossible. Louis had to act as mediator, personally guiding negotiations. Ambassadors reported that he spent entire days running back and forth between the camps. And then, on July 24, 1470, the unthinkable happened. In Angers Cathedral, Warwick knelt before Margaret of Anjou and begged her forgiveness. He vowed to restore her husband, the rightful King Henry VI, to the throne. Margaret took 15 long minutes before answering. Then she accepted. The deal was sealed. Warwick's younger daughter, Anne, would marry Margaret and Henry's son, Edward of Westminster, who was present at the meeting. But Warwick had to deliver results first. He would need to remove Edward and restore Henry before Margaret would even consider returning to England with her son and daughter-in-law-to-be. The big loser in this alliance was George. He was to retain the lands and titles he held before his flight, but little more. He would be made Duke of York, and if Prince Edward and Anne had no children, George would inherit the crown. But that was a distant and uncertain hope. George could hardly have welcomed this outcome. Edward knew as much and sent letters urging him to return to the fold. He warned George he was deluded if he believed Margaret of Anjou would ever bring him advantage. He could still come home, Edward said, and spare the blood of good Christians. There were likely two reasons why George didn't accept the offer. First, Edward had also written to Margaret, proposing an alliance between York and Lancaster, sealed by the marriage of his daughter Elizabeth to Prince Edward. Margaret had no intention of agreeing, but she gleefully had the letter read aloud during negotiations to humiliate George. Second, it was announced that Queen Elizabeth Woodville was pregnant again. Her child was expected in the fall, and it might be a boy. Suddenly, George faced the prospect of being pushed even further down the line of succession. But the same news also helped bring the Lancastrians to the table. Time was running out. For now, the new alliance held. All parties were agreed. Henry VI must once again wear the crown of England. And with that, we return to the second main character of this series, whom we last saw at length in episode 3. Henry. By all accounts, life in the Tower of London was not too harsh for the former king. One sympathetic biography paints a bleak picture, claiming he suffered in miserable conditions, even going hungry at times. But even Lancastrian chroniclers concede that Edward treated him with a degree of dignity. Henry lived in the royal apartments within the tower, had access to fresh air, visitors, and a library. For a man who had never truly wanted to rule, it may well have felt like a lifelong dream fulfilled. Peace, seclusion, safety, without the crushing weight of kingship. We cannot say for certain how his mind fared during those years. Nor do we know whether he was in any way involved in the plots that were forming to place him back on the throne. It seems unlikely. Henry was under constant watch, but still, that remains speculation. What is certain is that he must have sensed something was stirring. In late summer, the tower was being prepared for an unusual event, the birth of a royal child. And not just any child, possibly a male heir to the throne. Edward had made the decision that his wife, Elizabeth Woodville, would give birth inside the fortress. The threat of invasion loomed, and the mood in London was unsettled. Warwick still had many supporters in the city. The tower was safer. Elizabeth agreed. Preparations began, as always, weeks before her due date. And Henry? He was lodged only a few meters away. At first, it looked as though Warwick was following his old playbook. He still enjoyed immense popularity among the people, especially in the north. It was no great challenge to ignite fresh uprisings. Henry Percy, newly restored but not yet firmly established, struggled to assert control over the region. Edward had proven in the past that he would personally intervene in such crises, and the Kingmaker counted on it. Edward did not disappoint. With Richard, Anthony Woodville, John Howard, Tiptoft, and Hastings at his side, he set off to suppress the rebellion. But this time, the dynamics had changed. There was a new advantage to the alliance between Warwick and the Lancastrians, one that Edward had not foreseen. The people had always supported Neville. The nobility, when forced to choose, leaned toward Edward. But now, Warwick came not merely as the voice of the people, but as the instrument of a royal restoration. No longer was support for Warwick a stand against the crown. It was a stand for the rightful king and his family. And suddenly, everything shifted. Warwick and George landed with a force. In Wales, the ever-restless Jasper Tudor rallied another army. John Neville, outraged at the loss of Northumberland, and perhaps embittered by Edward's offer to marry his daughter to the House of Lancaster, defected. Everywhere the invaders gained support. This time, it was Edward's army that melted away like ice in the sun. As he waited in vain for reinforcements, the king withdrew with his loyal companions to Nottingham Castle. In mid-September 1470, Edward was abruptly roused from his sleep in the dead of night. George and Warwick, with their forces, were only 6 or 7 miles away. The king had to flee immediately. This crucial warning came thanks to a traitor within the enemy ranks, who also revealed which routes were safest to avoid capture. Edward hurriedly roused his most loyal followers. There was no time for a large escort or to gather valuables. Warwick's scouts would soon report any movement around the castle, so the king's men had to slip away almost silently, with only one viable path eastward through Lincolnshire toward Lynn in Norfolk. There, loyal ships awaited under Anthony Woodville's command. The journey was perilous. At one point, the men nearly drowned crossing the Nene River. But finally, on the evening of September 30th, 1470, they reached Lynn. Only a few hundred weary, destitute soldiers remained to board the small, ill-suited boats prepared for the crossing. Edward gave the order to set sail for Burgundy. Inevitably, his thoughts must have drifted to London and the Tower. Was his family safe? Did he have an heir? And if so, was that child secure? In London, Queen Elizabeth endured equally tense hours. One day before the enemy's arrival, she learned the army was closing in. The Tower was no longer safe. Since Henry was imprisoned there as king, the fortress was the primary target for George and Warwick. Heavily pregnant, and with little time, the Queen fled to the sanctuary of Westminster Abbey. After a brief resistance, the Tower surrendered to the Lancastrian forces. Warwick and George swiftly entered the royal quarters, knelt before Henry, and swore allegiance to him. They then escorted him to Westminster, where, in a solemn ceremony, he was restored to the throne. Just a month and a half before his 49th birthday, Henry of Lancaster was once again King of England, though, as Paul Murray Kendall aptly noted, a rule in a Neville costume. For Yorkist supporters, the situation was dire. How was the penniless, isolated Edward, barely able to rally any followers, supposed to turn the tide? Especially when Charles of Burgundy suddenly declared neutrality, unwilling to back the losing side. This uncertainty also troubled a man some 1,000 miles away in Florence. Lorenzo de' Medici had just taken over his family's banking business, and now faced the risk that enormous loans to Edward might never be repaid. Thanks for watching. As always, I look forward to your likes and subscriptions. At the beginning of March 1471, thousands of people cheered King Edward IV. During his 5-mile march, the roads and paths were lined with well-wishers who offered him and his family every success in the difficult task that lay ahead. The monarch might have been forgiven for thinking the past months in exile and his desperate struggle for survival had been nothing more than a fever dream. But history, with its own sense of irony, had other plans. Edward and his companions now walked toward ships provided by the Hanseatic League, vessels meant to carry them back to England, where the king hoped to reclaim his throne. And yet, less than 6 months earlier, it was Hanseatic ships that had nearly cost him his life. Edward's fate now rested in the hands of men who bore him little affection. This was true not only of the Hanseatic League, but also of its ally, Duke Charles of Burgundy. Edward knew well that neither believed in the success of his mission. They were merely using him as a pawn. That was fine by him. He had stood with his back to the wall before. And for the first time in many months, he held the advantage of knowing more than his enemies. Henry VI, Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick, Edward of Westminster, his brother and Margaret of Anjou were soon to learn this the hard way, if the Yorkist king had anything to say about it. Edward, along with his family, friends, and closest followers, had suffered a lot. It was time to return the favor. Welcome back to Lemmy History. This is episode 6 of 6 in my series, dedicated to the confrontation between Edward IV and Henry VI. We've reached the final chapter. As always, each episode in this series can be enjoyed independently. The previous episodes, of course, are linked in the description. In the last episode, we left Edward in October of 1470. He, his brother Richard, his best friend William Hastings, and his brother-in-law Anthony Woodville had just managed to escape from Lynn on a handful of boats. Edward's other brother George, Duke of Clarence, and the so-called Kingmaker Warwick had taken him completely by surprise. Neville had forged an alliance with France and Margaret of Anjou to restore Henry VI to the throne. The alliance had gained far more traction than Edward had anticipated. In exile, he was forced to confront just how little support he had received from the common people. It truly seemed that England had turned its back on King Edward. Warwick and George had also learned from past mistakes. When Parliament declared Edward a traitor in November 1470, only one other name appeared on the list: Richard. They were not about to underestimate the youngest son of York for a second time. Anthony Woodville didn't need to be on the list. His family name was sufficient. Yet the name of Hastings was conspicuously absent. He maintained a good personal relationship with both Warwick and Clarence. Neville, after all, was his brother-in-law. Presumably, the Kingmaker hoped that Edward's most loyal friend might be tempted away if offered the chance to return. For the 300 Yorkists who had fled, such political questions were of little concern during their perilous voyage across the sea. Edward had named Anthony and Richard as commanders alongside him. Should the fleet be forced to divide, each leader could assume command of the scattered ships and guide them to safety. This decision soon proved wise. Several Hanseatic ships had taken to piracy in the Channel, a common occurrence at the time. The Hanseatic League held little sympathy for Edward, who had caused considerable disruption in confirming their traditional trading privileges in England. The trade war between England and Burgundy, coupled with Edward's willingness to sell access to his kingdom in exchange for personal payments, had only worsened relations. Now the Hanseatic ships gave chase. The English needed to reach land as quickly as possible. Their course led them toward what is now the Netherlands. The fleet was indeed scattered. Edward made landfall on the island of Texel near Marsdeep. Richard and Anthony went ashore in Zealand near Weilingen. Only then did the Hanseatic League abandon its pursuit. Awaiting the English exiles was Louis of Bruges, Baron of Groothuis, who served Duke Charles as governor of Holland and Zealand. Having participated in diplomatic missions in previous years, he personally knew the fugitives. Without the knowledge or permission of Charles, he mobilized troops and expelled the Germans. Once ashore, the exiles' dire financial situation became painfully clear. Edward was forced to pay his captain with fine garments, likely the very clothes he wore, as none of the men could bring much with them from England. Richard managed to borrow just over £3 from the bailiff of the small town of Veere. Fortunately for the exiles, Groothuis received them with full honours, lodging them in his luxurious home in The Hague. Charles's personal stance remains unclear. However, the Medici, his most significant financiers and also among Edward's largest creditors, approved of protecting the fugitives. Charles's wife, Margaret of York, Edward's own sister, strongly advocated that her brothers at least be permitted to stay with Groothuis. Whatever Charles thought in private ultimately did not matter. The Duke of Burgundy could not resist such pressure. For the moment, Edward and his companions were safe, but safety was all they had. In London, the situation came to a head at the same time. It was Elizabeth Woodville's finest hour as Queen. Yorkist propaganda would later dwell on the pain and agony she had to endure. Edward's wife, it was said, wept bitterly, and despite the propagandistic tone, this seems entirely credible. Elizabeth was heavily pregnant. Her daughters were with her, but she was otherwise largely defenseless. And now a man was approaching with an army, Warwick, who had executed her father and brother and put her mother on trial for witchcraft. The situation could hardly have been more grave, yet the Queen outwardly remained composed. She ordered the men loyal to her in the city not to fight, but to surrender if it meant saving their lives. She advised London's leaders to hand over the capital peacefully in exchange for guarantees of safety, thereby sparing the civilian population from needless suffering. Comparisons were drawn between Elizabeth and her mother, Jacques of Luxembourg, who 10 years earlier had successfully advocated to protect London from the army of Margaret of Anjou. Elizabeth herself fled with her family to sanctuary at Westminster Abbey. This is widely known. However, I believe something happened beforehand, though it cannot be proven by sources. What I'm about to suggest is pure speculation on my part, yet it fits the facts. I am convinced that Elizabeth Woodville asked Henry VI for help. But first things first. When news reached London that Edward had fled the country, both the Queen and the deposed monarch were residing in the Tower. They lived almost side by side within the complex. It stands to reason that Henry should be made as presentable as possible before Warwick and George reached him. Yorkist propaganda had long insisted that the Lancastrian king had been treated with great dignity by Edward. Overseeing this task fell to Elizabeth. The authority she wielded in those critical hours is remarkable. Returning to the action. On October 6, 1470, the Lancastrian Neville army entered London. George and Warwick accepted the offer of a peaceful surrender of the city and its fortresses in return for guarantees of personal safety for the people. They ordered their troops to maintain peace under the strictest penalties. Then they proceeded to the Tower. Warwick ensured he was accompanied by men whom Henry knew well and regarded as friends. After all, Neville himself had last seen the king when he locked him up in that very place. No one could be sure how Henry would respond to the sudden appearance of two men who had once been his fiercest enemies. But Henry was still Henry. He received Warwick and George as loyal subjects. He also accepted Neville's suggestion that he serve henceforth as his lieutenant. In practice, this amounted to the job of Lord Protector, though the term itself was likely avoided due to the implications it carried from past political trauma. There was also speculation that Edward of Westminster would assume this role once the heir returned to England. Reportedly, Henry's condition was worse than Warwick had expected upon meeting him. This, however, was consistent with Lancastrian propaganda, which sought to cast Edward in the worst possible light. It is also difficult to determine which aspects of Henry's condition stemmed from his confinement in the Tower and which were due to his long-standing mental fragility. 4 days later, the old and new king paraded through the streets of the capital. The procession was originally intended to end at Westminster, where Henry was to take the throne and pray at the shrine of Edward the Confessor. This, however, did not happen. The parade had to be cut short at St. Paul's Cathedral, where Henry moved into the bishop's palace. One Londoner, apparently sympathetic to the king, refused to accept claims that Henry looked ghostly. He insisted it was merely his holiness. Another observer remarked that the monarch was no earthly Caesar. The most commonly accepted explanation for the curtailed procession is that Henry was simply too physically exhausted to complete it. This may well be true. But there is another aspect that supports my earlier speculation. Elizabeth Woodville and her children were also in Westminster, housed in the building adjacent to the church. It would have been nearly impossible to guarantee their safety if the procession had arrived there, accompanied by men and soldiers who harbored deep hatred for the Queen and her daughters. We know that not long afterward, Henry personally ensured Elizabeth received medical care. He also sent a trusted servant of the Yorkist Queen into the sanctuary. At the time, the abbot's house likely served in this role. Henry, a profoundly pious man who wished to be buried in Westminster, would have been deeply troubled by any notion of violating church sanctuary. and he likely did not view Elizabeth Woodville as an enemy or simply as the wife of his enemy, but as someone he had known for decades, now standing before her king as a heavily pregnant and frightened mother. Henry retained lucid moments during this period, though they became increasingly rare. For instance, on October 27, 1470, he met with his half-nephew Henry Tudor and his mother, Margaret Beaufort. Tudor propaganda would later claim that the Lancastrian king had already foreseen the boy's future greatness. He is said to have declared, "This is he unto whom both we and our adversaries must yield and give over the dominion." This quote clearly reflects the heart of Tudor legitimacy, that Henry VII ended the Wars of the Roses by marrying Elizabeth of York. I therefore consider the quotation to be unreliable. Nevertheless, Henry was evidently capable of hosting such receptions. However, he lacked the stamina for the dinner that had been planned afterward. He excused himself, and Margaret and her son dined instead with Sir Richard Tunstall, a close confidant of the king. Henry's restoration was reflected in two legal formulations. First, it was proclaimed the 49th year of his reign, to emphasize that he had always been the rightful king. Second, it was also referred to as the first year of his readaptation, marking the formal end of Edward's reign. Henry would never leave London for the remainder of his second reign. He was not involved in the day-to-day governance of the kingdom, apart from occasional inspirations that he was said to have expressed. Warwick held real power, but was compelled to follow these inspirations so as not to alienate his new Lancastrian allies. In early November 1470, Warwick wrote to Louis XI, announcing that Henry was restored to the throne. He asked that Margaret of Anjou and her son be allowed to come to England. The French king, however, wanted no part of this final request. Even so, the news brought him great joy. As Chastelain put it, he had taken a bath in roses. Henry's return to power, Louis saw as the thing in the world most to be desired for the public weal of both realms. And this is where Warwick's problems began. Louis had financed the entire enterprise. In return, Neville had been compelled to agree to a fateful clause, one that would change everything. Louis sought to subjugate Burgundy. As part of their alliance, Warwick and Margaret were required to agree that England would support France and send an army as soon as Henry was restored to the throne. The French king, therefore, refused to allow the Queen and her son to depart until Warwick followed up his verbal agreement with concrete action. Charles had feared precisely such a turn of events. That is why he had initially refused to support Edward. A restored Edward could serve as the perfect pretext for France to open hostilities against Burgundy. In an attempt to diffuse tensions, Charles assured Warwick that all friendship treaties concluded in past years with Edward were made with the English crown itself, and thus remained valid under Henry. The Duke made a point of emphasizing that he now stood with Henry. More than once, he reminded Warwick that he himself hailed from the House of Lancaster, and therefore held a natural sympathy for Henry and his family. Warwick found himself trapped. England was in no position to finance a war. Parliament was dominated by Yorkists who feared losing their estates should the Lancastrians gain the upper hand. No support could be expected from that quarter. While the London merchants were willing to lend him some money, it was nowhere near sufficient. If Warwick failed to act, Margaret and Edward of Westminster would not be permitted to return to England, an outcome that would fatally undermine his position. That Louis was not bluffing became evident when he twice refused Margaret's readiness to cross the Channel. Were Warwick to defy Louis or resist the alliance, Charles would reassess his stance toward Edward IV and might even support him openly. In the worst-case scenario, the Duke would send Edward back to England with mercenaries, while Warwick's own troops remained committed on the continent. It was a recurring pattern with Neville. The moment he had to make practical decisions, he ran into difficulties. In earlier years, he had relied on Richard of York and Edward for advice and leadership. Now, he had only George, who was increasingly uneasy with the course events were taking. Warwick attempted to soothe this by treating George as his deputy, even handing him control over London during his own absences across the realm. But everyone knew this was only a temporary arrangement. Once Margaret and Edward of Westminster returned, George would almost certainly be sidelined, and Warwick's own influence would likely diminish as well. Ultimately, Lewis made the decision for Neville. When Warwick's hesitation dragged on too long, the French king unilaterally declared war on Burgundy on December 3, 1470. A French legation returned to court in mid-December and reported that their reception in London had been exemplary. Neville was now largely financing the new military campaign from his own coffers. But this wasn't the whole story. Indeed, the kingmaker even confiscated goods belonging to certain merchants. Among them were French traders, an action with potentially explosive consequences. Yet Louis chose to overlook the matter. The London merchants, however, were far less forgiving. A war with Burgundy threatened their most vital economic interests. Suddenly, Edward once again had a reliable spy network operating within England. He even managed to re-establish contact with his wife. It is presumed that some of his informants came to Calais with Warwick's own troops, whose numbers gradually and steadily increased from mid-December onward. Charles, too, began to reconsider his stance toward the Yorkist king. At no point did the Duke believe that Edward had a real chance of regaining the crown. The idea seemed hopeless. But a diversion, one that might enable him to fight off France while facing as few Englishmen as possible, was all he needed. At the turn of the year 1470 to 1471, Edward and Charles met in person for the first time. The Duke provided 50,000 florins to fund Edward's planned invasion of England. The use of florins revealed the origin of the funds. It was the Medici who once again opened their coffers. They hated war even more than they hated lending to English kings. For Edward and his new, yet also old, ally Charles, an immediate opportunity presented itself. Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, and Henry Holland, Duke of Exeter, were living in exile in Burgundy. Initially, Charles had gone to great lengths to keep them far from his brother-in-law. But now, he attempted to replicate what Louis had successfully achieved with Margaret and Warwick just 6 months earlier. He sought to ally these men with Edward IV. However, all pleading, persuasion, and negotiation came to nothing. The two lords refused to be won over to the Yorkist cause. Edward and Charles thus turned to Plan B. The Duke of Burgundy allowed the Lancastrian exiles to emigrate to England, even though they would soon be counted among his wartime enemies. More broadly, all supporters of the House of Lancaster within the Duke's sphere of influence were permitted to leave. Edward had already received reports from England indicating that tensions between Warwick and the returning Lancastrian barons were rising sharply. In order to retain the support of the Yorkist faction, Warwick could not afford to restore any of the estates confiscated from the Lancastrians. Everything he had gained through his seizure of power, he had kept for himself. Edward calculated that the more high-ranking lords gathered at the court of Henry VI, the greater the dissatisfaction would grow. In particular, Edward had his eye on his brother George. Warwick, for the moment, remained untouchable in the eyes of the Lancastrians. His daughter was betrothed to Edward of Westminster, which made the kingmaker a potential grandfather to the future King of England. George, by contrast, had received vast estates from Edward, lands that had formerly belonged to loyal Lancastrian supporters. While Margaret had assured Warwick during their negotiations that George's holdings would not be contested, this promise had not been ratified by the wider body of lords. The returning barons pushed hard for a redistribution of lands. Moreover, George's personal relations with several of the Lancastrian peers were so poor that tensions nearly erupted into open violence at court. Eventually, Edward's brother chose to retreat from the capital to his estates, and Edward continued to drip poison into his brother's ear. In Calais, a woman approached Isabel Neville, who was still there. The woman claimed she carried messages from George's mother, Cecily. She had remained in London, certain of the loyalty of her Neville relatives. Cecily had also received word from Elizabeth Woodville, still in sanctuary, stating that Edward would welcome George back. For safety, Cecily now passed this message along to Isabel. Margaret of York likewise approached her brother regarding the same issue, having already met privately with Richard. It was the women who now pulled the diplomatic strings. Meanwhile, Warwick could not shake the sense that he was met with sheer hatred by his new allies. During his time in power, he had ordered only one Yorkist executed, John Tiptoft. Even so, the event was sensational. It took Tiptoft 2 full days to cover the short distance from the Guildhall to Tower Hill. Such was the number of people eager to witness his execution. Known as the Butcher of England, Tiptoft had earned infamy for impaling Lancastrian soldiers who had already been killed. His own execution, by comparison, provoked little controversy. Even Yorkists knew they couldn't do anything about it. However, everybody wanted to witness it. But from the perspective of the Lancastrian faction, one execution was far from enough. Edward had been far less merciful, and Warwick, for his part, bore personal responsibility for the deaths of several men connected to the families, close friends and allies of the Lancastrian barons. As a result, they watched the kingmaker's every move with suspicion, convinced he would betray them and return to the Yorkist cause. The single execution, the continued absence of Margaret of Anjou, and George's growing disaffection with the new regime only deepened their doubts. Yet Warwick was firmly ensnared in Louis's web. In the meantime, Anne Neville had been married to Edward of Westminster, an alliance that gave Warwick a powerful but also precarious position. Louis now held both Anne and the heir to the throne under his control. The future of Lancaster, England, depended entirely on Neville remaining obedient to the French king, whether he wished to or not. Accordingly, Warwick wrote letters assuring Louis that he would do whatever was asked of him. But Louis was no fool. He understood better than anyone that promises were one thing, actions another. At the beginning of 1471, the English Parliament finally formalized its declaration of war against Burgundy. By this point, the number of Warwick's soldiers stationed in Calais had grown to 8,000. Philippe de Comines, who observed the situation on behalf of his then-master Charles, regarded the men as extremely aggressive. That was enough for Louis. At the end of January, he issued letters of safe conduct for an English delegation to escort Margaret, Edward of Westminster, and his newly wed wife back to England. But by then, much time had already passed, and Edward IV had not remained idle. After meeting with Charles in St. Pol at the beginning of January, he moved to Bruges, a city that, at the time, was the center of Northern European trade. The offices of the Hanseatic League and branches of English and Italian banking houses stood side by side, lining the busy commercial streets. Edward now had some money and, more importantly, Duke Charles's assurance that he would provide 3 or 4 ships for the crossing. However, the financial resources made available were insufficient for a prolonged campaign, and transporting a sizable force of soldiers would require far more vessels. So Edward turned to what he did best, persuading those who had once been skeptical of him to join his cause. The Hanseatic League supplied a fleet to carry him to England, along with a 15-day grace period in case the plan failed. If necessary, the ships would wait and return him safely to the continent. Moreover, the Germans helped to establish contact with mercenary forces. The Italian bankers, too, extended credit. Once again, it was the Medici who placed their trust in Edward. What Edward was planning still seemed like a suicide mission. Yet with each passing day, his confidence grew. Setbacks were inevitable. Many of the men who had fled with him originally had since accepted Warwick's offer of pardons and gone to Calais. To Edward's dismay, the Kingmaker thus knew far more about his current position than the Yorkist king would have preferred. Edward accordingly reassigned responsibilities. Richard and Anthony Woodville took charge of all matters related to the fleet and the recruitment of troops. The king himself, along with William Hastings, managed the remaining tasks. The tests of these days forged a deep bond among them and built a foundation of trust. For the remainder of his reign, Edward would rely on these three men, Richard, Anthony, and Hastings, more than any others in political affairs. Time, however, was pressing. At the same moment that Edward's fleet was preparing to depart, so too was that of Margaret of Anjou. If she reached England with her son and succeeded in rallying the Lancastrian barons under her direct control, Edward's venture would be doomed before it began. Both sides aimed to set sail at the beginning of March in the year 1471. Edward had assembled a total of 36 ships. The number of soldiers on board varies depending on the source, between 1,200 and 2,000 men. In truth, far too few. Unsurprisingly, the Milanese ambassador to Louis XI reported that the French court believed Edward would not survive the attempt. Both fleets were beset by poor weather. Margaret delayed her departure repeatedly. Edward, by contrast, grew impatient. Seizing a moment of clearer skies and placing his fate in fortune's hands, he ordered the sails raised. On the 12th of March, his fleet reached the coast near Cromer. Edward sent out 2 emissaries to determine whether a landing in eastern England was feasible. They returned at breakneck speed, warning that the Earl of Oxford lay in wait with armed forces. A landing here would be suicidal. Things only worsened. Warwick's fleet, having learned Edward's location, was now approaching from the south. There remained but one option: to sail north and hope to land near the Scottish border. Though this region included Edward's own Duchy of York, it was not friendly territory. Warwick's influence in the north had long outweighed Edward's. At last, the fleet came ashore at Ravenspur. The choice of landing site carried an unmistakable irony. 72 years earlier, Henry Bolingbroke had disembarked here upon returning from exile, he who would soon depose Richard II and become the first Lancastrian king. Edward, who saw himself as the rightful heir of Richard and regarded the entire Lancastrian dynasty as illegitimate, could hardly fail to see the parallel. History, in many ways, had come full circle, yet Edward could not count on reinforcements from the northern population, and he was in dire need of additional troops. A new storm scattered his fleet, separating him once again from the ships under Richard and Anthony Woodville. To his relief, there were no significant losses. The two contingents managed to reunite after just one day, just in time for Richard and Anthony to witness the arrival of emissaries from the city of York. The messengers came with little warmth. York, they declared, recognized Henry VI as its rightful king and refused Edward entry. Indeed, they would welcome his disappearance. As ever, Edward's sense of morality was elastic when the moment demanded it. He assured them that he had no intention of reclaiming the crown, only of asserting his rights to the Duchy of York. He declared himself a loyal subject of King Henry, and after all, still Duke of York by blood and law. The title had nominally been promised to George, but nothing had come of it. Satisfied, for the moment, the city officials allowed Edward into York. At first only he passed through the gates, but soon enough his whole army followed. There, the citizens were treated to a spectacle worthy of a theatre. As the Warkworth Chronicle records, Edward swore allegiance to Henry repeatedly on the Holy Scriptures. He even appeared wearing an ostrich feather, a symbol long associated with Edward of Westminster, the Lancastrian Prince of Wales. It was a gesture that unmistakably signalled recognition of the succession. Everyone knew it was performance. The chronicler would lament that the Yorkist king forgot all religion and honesty to get his way. The sources remain silent on whether any of Edward's companions raised protest, but it is far more realistic to assume their consent than their objection, though this must remain speculation. In any case, the citizens of York, ever appreciative of fine entertainment, rewarded their duke generously with lodging, provisions, and goodwill. Yet they also hedged their bets. Messengers were dispatched to London to inform the king of Edward's theatrical pledges. News of the great performance soon reached Warwick as well. He began assembling troops in Coventry. The kingmaker had little choice but to pray that Margaret would arrive soon, ideally with reinforcements from Calais. For now, he still possessed a numerical advantage. But he was no fool. The longer Edward moved freely across England, the more credible his claim would appear. Every day strengthened the Yorkist cause, especially since both Hastings and Anthony Woodville had cultivated loyal networks of men, ready to take up arms. Warwick thus placed his hope in Henry Percy, Earl of Northumberland, the first major baron through whose territory Edward would pass. Percy's situation was a delicate one. Though the Percys had long supported the Lancastrian cause, Edward had restored Henry's freedom and titles. In return, Percy had sworn allegiance. Moreover, the rivalry between the Percys and the Nevilles for dominance in the north was notorious. Warwick's affection for Percy was minimal and likely reciprocated. Percy chose the only course of action that served his interests. He sat on his hands and did nothing. He neither supported Edward nor opposed him. He avoided direct communication and let events unfold without interference. His silence set the tone for other regional barons. This also sealed the fate of Warwick's brother John Neville, who held Pontefract Castle with only a small garrison. Edward lacked the means to storm the fortress, but neither did he need to. The troops inside posed no threat. The Yorkist army simply bypassed the stronghold. And now, the very thing Warwick had feared began to unfold. Edward's cause gathered momentum. 600 men joined his ranks. Hastings then arrived with 3,000 more. The kingmaker wrestled with a difficult decision. Should he march out to confront Edward before his forces were fully assembled? He still had the advantage in numbers. Then came a letter from George, Duke of Clarence. George urged Warwick to advance, but not to engage in battle immediately. He would bring 4,000 men and join him. Together they would crush Edward once and for all. To Warwick, this seemed the best possible plan. But Edward was the superior general. Anticipating just such a move, he turned his forces toward Coventry. There, he offered battle. But Warwick's army was not yet ready. The kingmaker declined the challenge and withdrew behind the city walls. It was time for Edward to retire from his brief but convincing acting career. He was again proclaimed the rightful King of England. He offered Warwick a pardon, should he choose to submit. Neville rejected the offer. He expected George to arrive at any moment. When that happened, he would trap Edward between the city walls and George's army. The Yorkist king would be destroyed. Edward, understandably, was not inclined to wait for that outcome. Having judged Warwick's troops to pose no immediate danger, he turned away from Coventry and marched to meet George. How much he knew of his brother's true intentions at that moment remains unclear. But one thing is certain: Edward did not feel entirely secure. After all, George had betrayed him more than once. And so we come to Clarence. George had learned of Edward's landing shortly after it occurred. He not only began mustering his own men, but also kept close watch on Edward's progress. Many historians suspect that Clarence waited to see whether his brother's cause showed any real promise before making his move. That seems likely. George was, as ever, the loser in recent developments, a victim of his own choices, though that made the consequences no easier to bear. What he wanted most now was not to be left holding the worst hand once again. He finally set out with his army, once Hastings had reinforced Edward with 3,000 men, more than doubling the king's forces. This, it appears, was the decisive moment for George. Now his brother's return seemed a credible campaign, and if he joined him in time, he might even cast himself as the decisive player. Should the Yorkists win, Edward would be compelled to treat him once more as a true brother. Into these calculations stepped an emissary from Edward, none other than Richard of Gloucester. He had volunteered to act as mediator. That he delivered himself to Clarence's hands spoke volumes about Edward's willingness to trust again. And who better than Richard to appeal to the bonds between the sons of York? It worked. George sent a letter that immediately halted Warwick's troop mobilizations. As Clarence's army approached Edward's, the king's soldiers burst into cheers. Alongside the Duke's personal standard, all of George's men now bore the white rose of York. What followed was a scene steeped in the symbolic theatre of the late Middle Ages. The two armies came to a halt, facing one another. Between them stepped the principal figures: George, Edward, Richard, Hastings, and Anthony Woodville. Clarence fell to his knees. Weeping, he begged his older brother for forgiveness. Edward at once lifted him up, embraced and kissed him, and declared all was forgiven. The king's companions followed suit, embracing George in turn. Then the two older York brothers turned to greet each other's soldiers. The men on both sides raised a thunderous cry: "Long live King Edward!" What had begun as a desperate expedition was now transformed into a campaign with real momentum. Edward and George, therefore, made one more attempt to reach out to Warwick. Clarence volunteered to mediate, but his efforts failed. The kingmaker was no longer swayed by sentiment. He was convinced that the tide would soon turn. Margaret was on her way and would bring reinforcements with her. Jasper Tudor would surely raise forces in Wales. Time, Warwick believed, was still on his side. Edward, however, still held a trump card. He would march on London. If he could take control of Henry VI, Warwick would be forced to respond. If he executed the Lancastrian king without resistance from Neville, the fragile alliance could unravel completely. This might not win Warwick to Edward's side, but it could trigger the classic principle of divide and rule. Yorkist agents had already been infiltrating the capital for weeks, reporting on Edward's growing army and his determination. The Neville faction tried to counter this, but blundered badly. George Neville, the Archbishop of York and now Chancellor once again, organized a procession to rally support around King Henry. The idea was to show the people the rightful monarch and stir their loyalty. It backfired massively. Henry rode through the city on horseback, led by the same man who had walked beside him as an infant during his first royal procession. He wore the same clothes as he had the last time Londoners saw him, prompting questions about whether the king even had other garments. His physical weakness shocked many. He appeared feeble, aged, and near death. What was meant to inspire confidence became, instead, a powerful argument for the vigorous and commanding Edward. Sensing the failure, Chancellor Neville sent a letter to Edward offering to submit. The Duke of Somerset and the Earl of Devon, Beaufort and Courtenay, who had remained in London, now quietly fled the capital. Officially, they were riding south to prepare a proper reception for Margaret. In truth, they were saving themselves. Many other Lancastrian partisans followed their example, some writing desperate appeals to Warwick to intervene. Then 2 letters arrived in London, nearly at the same time. The first, from Warwick, ordered the city to close its gates and hold out against Edward until his own army could arrive. The second came from Edward himself, promising protection, affection, and peace should London recognize him once again as its rightful king. Faced with these 2 messages, London's mayor, John Stockton, made his decision. He took to his bed, claiming sudden illness, and left the choice to the people. They made it swiftly and opened the gates. Edward entered London on April 11, 1471. It was a triumphal procession. At St. Paul's Cathedral, the king paused to take possession of his rival. There stood Henry VI. He greeted Edward with words that would echo through the years. "My cousin of York, you are very welcome. I know that my life in your hands will not be in danger." Edward did not reply directly. He simply assured Henry that all would fare well. Then he had him taken to the Tower. Edward himself proceeded to Westminster, where he ascended the throne and was crowned once more. But what he did next reveals what he had longed for most during his months in exile. He rushed to sanctuary to reunite with his family. At last, he held his son in his arms. For a brief moment, his world was whole again. The next day brought more followers to London, among them John Howard. But they also brought grim news. Warwick had left Coventry and was advancing toward the capital with his army. Numerically, he outmatched the Yorkist forces. John de Vere, Earl of Oxford, had joined him. Time was running short. Defending London was not a viable option. Edward did not expect further major reinforcements. Warwick, by contrast, could. The king's best chance was to strike first, defeat Warwick quickly, then regroup and prepare to meet Margaret. Edward rightly suspected that Jasper Tudor would rally troops in Wales and try to join the Queen as soon as she arrived from France. So on April 12th, the Yorkist army marched out. They, passing through Barnet, learned that Warwick had already reached St. Albans. Edward feared that a battle here or there could end in disaster. The village settings offered little room to maneuver. His army could be encircled and destroyed. In a daring move, Edward ordered his men to slip out of the town silently during the night and take new positions in the open countryside. Thick fog aided their maneuver. Richard of Gloucester commanded the vanguard. It was his task to carry out the maneuver undetected. Edward, as always, led the main force. George rode beside him, an indication that, while forgiven, Clarence still had not earned full trust. Hastings commanded the rearguard. It was a calculated risk. Neither Richard nor George had ever seen battle, yet both were entrusted with key commands. Edward himself had not fought in a decade. Even Henry VI was with them. Why Edward brought his rival king remains uncertain. Perhaps he meant to use Henry as a legal and symbolic trap. declaring that any man who fought against Edward was fighting against the king, regardless of whom they served. What Edward did not know was that Warwick had no intention of fighting at St. Albans. He had experienced both victory and disaster there, and had no desire to learn what fate a third time would bring. The two armies ended up encamped barely a mile apart. By chance, the right wing of each army overlapped the left wing of the other, an arrangement no one had planned for. This meant Gloucester would be able to strike not only at his direct opponent, the Duke of Exeter, but also into Exeter's exposed flank. The same applied to Oxford on the other side, who was well positioned to roll up Hastings' wing from the side. From the beginning, the outer flanks were at risk, though no one yet realized it. If Gloucester could prevail, he could trap Lancaster's main army, commanded by John Neville, between himself and Edward. The same danger loomed over the Yorkists if Oxford overran Hastings. Edward had held back a reserve, ready to respond. But he could not see the threat coming. Warwick, as was his custom, commanded from behind the lines. Yet this time, uncharacteristically, he was not on horseback and had no raised position. As a result, he lost sight of the battlefield's shifting shape. Even so, Lancaster appeared to be winning. Richard fought with striking bravery, so much so that Paul Murray Kendall later invented a whole episode to describe his feats, despite the lack of any source backing that up. Meanwhile, Oxford broke through Hastings' defences. York's left wing collapsed, and then fate intervened. Oxford's men believed the battle had been won. Instead of turning on Edward's centre, they veered off toward Barnet to plunder. Some even rode to London, spreading news that the battle was over and Warwick had triumphed. The Yorkist brothers, they said, were all dead. Before the truth caught up, the story had reached the continent. Eventually, Oxford managed to rally some of his men and returned to the field. But in his absence, everything had changed. Richard had driven Exeter back toward a ravine. Many of Exeter's soldiers, fearing the drop, fled inward, toward the centre. Gaps began to form, made worse by John Neville's effort to shore up his exposed flanks. He now stood in a position where Edward was expected to be at the beginning of the battle. Disaster followed. As Oxford's men re-entered the fight, they searched for Edward. Neville's soldiers mistook their star-emblazoned badges for Edward's sunburst and opened fire. Oxford's men returned the favour. They believed the brother of the Kingmaker had betrayed them. John Neville had, after all, long served the Yorkist king before defecting. Chaos erupted. Some of Oxford's men were attacked by their own side. Others fled. Meanwhile, Richard linked up with Edward's main force. Exeter's wing collapsed. Now the king threw in his reserves, sealing the outcome. John Neville was cut down. When Warwick saw his brother fall, he turned to flee. But Edward's men overtook him. He was struck down and killed on the spot. Some sources claim the king tried to spare him and was horrified by his death. But that may be no more than a convenient bit of Yorkist propaganda. Edward had the bodies of Warwick and John Neville taken to London and displayed at St. Paul's. He wanted no doubt to remain. The Kingmaker and his brother were dead. But there was no time for celebration. Within hours, Edward received the news he had feared most. Margaret of Anjou and Edward of Westminster had landed. The York side quickly raised new troops to confront Margaret. The Lancaster side must have been in disarray after the disaster at Barnet. Edward sought to capitalize on this, and he was absolutely right to do so. In principle, Margaret wanted to return to the ships immediately after learning of what had happened. Warwick's widow, Anne, did just that, as did portions of the army that had been specifically loyal to Warwick. especially since he had been expected to pay them. However, Beaufort and John Courtenay, Earl of Devon, persuaded her to stay. There was still hope if her army could unite with that of Jasper Tudor. The path to Wales became essential. The troops set out, and Margaret's men played a game of cat and mouse with Edward on several occasions. Eventually, however, the king discerned the Queen's intentions. She aimed to cross the River Severn to reach Wales. The first opportunity arose at Gloucester. Edward wrote to the city's commander, Sir Richard Beauchamp, instructing him to prevent such an attempt at all costs. Beauchamp complied, despite facing significant threats, both from within the city and from Margaret herself. He refused to open the gates, which were essential for a crossing. Margaret's army was therefore forced to search for alternative bridges that might enable her to enter Wales with a large enough lead to avoid being attacked from behind by Edward. But she did not succeed. Her troops remained on foot for 24 to 36 hours at a time before they finally rested for the night at Tewkesbury. It was not a strategically sound decision, but given their physical condition, there was no alternative. Edward caught up with the opposing army. On May 4th, the battle took place. I have already described this confrontation in detail in my video about the life of Margaret of Anjou, so I will not repeat everything here. What matters is that Edward of Westminster fought and died in battle, or possibly while fleeing. Beaufort suspected Wenlock of treason when he failed to provide support at a critical moment. In response, Beaufort killed him on the spot. Edward had hidden 200 lancers who struck at precisely the right moment. Thus, the tide of battle turned in favor of the Yorkists. Some commanders sought refuge in a monastery to save their lives. Edward had the sanctuary breached after a few days. Gloucester, acting as Constable of England, sentenced them to death. 19 men were executed, among them Beaufort. Margaret, completely broken, fell into Edward's custody and was taken to London in a carriage as part of his triumphal procession. She was then imprisoned in the Tower. On the night of the 21st to the 22nd of May, Henry VI died. I have also made a video discussing his death. To summarize briefly here, it was almost certainly murder. Regardless of who carried out or oversaw the act, Edward IV was king. There is no doubt it occurred with his consent. Presumably, the murderers acted under his orders. Anyone who believed that the war had ended with Tewkesbury was mistaken. Even before Henry's death, Edward received word that a new army had assembled in the north. Meanwhile, in the south, Warwick's illegitimate cousin, Thomas Neville, more commonly known as the Bastard of Falkenberg, was rallying rebels. Their aim was to liberate Henry from the Tower. The monarch considered the northern threat more serious and departed with his brothers to address it. He left the defence of London in the hands of Anthony. Edward miscalculated. Once news of the outcome at Tewkesbury reached the north, the opposing army dispersed. Falkenberg's rebels in the south, however, numbered in the many thousands. They were not, however, prepared for an assault on the heavily fortified capital. Officially, Falkenberg claimed he merely sought passage through London, but everyone understood his true intent. Stockton, who had by then risen from his sickbed, refused the request on behalf of the city. The resulting attack descended into a bloodbath. Edward Woodville, also among the defenders of London, estimated that the rebel force numbered around 20,000 men. After the cannon fire had ceased, Falkenberg managed to escape with 600 of his followers. He briefly considered launching another attempt, but by then, the royal army had returned from the north. That night marked the end of Henry VI's life. The following day, a detachment under Richard's command set out in pursuit. Falkenberg was captured and taken to Middleham. the former stronghold of the Neville family. There, on September 22, 1471, he was executed by beheading. At last, the fighting was over. Much debate has persisted since Henry's death about why he had to die, especially considering that Edward had previously shown him mercy upon his initial capture. The official explanation from the Yorkist regime that Henry had succumbed to grief over the death of his son was never taken seriously by anyone unwilling to accept a convenient fiction. This is true to this day. The most common interpretation is that Edward had deliberately kept Henry alive to prevent Edward of Westminster from becoming the rallying figurehead of the Lancastrian cause. That role was better suited to the mentally fragile Henry, who posed less of a threat. I largely agree with this interpretation. However, I believe Falkenberg's attack erased any final doubts that may have lingered in Edward's mind. The king understood that the conflict would never truly end, as long as people had, even in theory, a choice between him and another sovereign. It was a position that could not be held by two men simultaneously. Even if Edward had no personal desire to see his predecessor murdered, he likely felt that he had no alternative. In his eyes, two kings were simply one too many. The York dynasty was, on paper, now stabilized. Yet the bloodshed had not resolved many of the deep-rooted issues that had led to the conflict in the first place. Edward's government remained corrupt and chronically bankrupt. Relations with foreign powers were still poor. His relationship with George continued to be strained. Although Elizabeth Woodville had earned significant recognition, her family was still the target of widespread hostility among the nobility. The prospect of her son ascending the throne while she was still alive unsettled many barons. Edward had reached his limit. He was not a monarch suited to peaceful times. He had a tendency toward gluttony and idleness. In moments of crisis, however, people could rely on him. No one managed such times better than the king. But that too became a problem. Edward failed to make his government resilient in the case of a crisis where he wouldn't be available. He enjoyed the dependency his supporters showed in times of uncertainty. In short, the seeds of disaster had already been sown. What held the House of York together was a shared enmity toward Lancaster and loyalty to Edward. The first of those unifying forces had already vanished, and in times of peace, questions of loyalty carried less weight. For now, the country was no longer in flames, but the embers continued to smolder. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe.